There you go. Okay, good evening and welcome to the December 10th, 2025 meeting of the PBD Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held remotely in accordance with the following. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 1825, notice is hereby given of a meeting of the PBD Conservation Commission. At this time, the PBD Conservation Commission hearings will continue to be held remotely, which is allowed pursuant to Governor Maura Healey's March 29, 2023 extension of the temporary provisions allowing remote hearings until March 25th, further extended by House Rule number 62, remote meeting flexibility extended through June 30th of 2027. Signed by Governor Maura Healey on March 28th, 2025. Okay. Present this evening on the commission is myself, Chairman, Vice Chairman Michael Vivaldi, Secretary Amanda Green, Commissioner Arthur Athis, Commissioner Jamie Harrop, Alternate Commissioner Leslie Kudawanch, Alternate Commissioner Derek McCarthy, and Commissioner Bruce Comack. And I believe Brian Cassidy is going to be joining us in a little while. Okay. So let's just get right to it. Our first item on the agenda this evening is under tree permits. And the tree permit is for 155 Rear Lowell Street behind the house on city land. Brian Grant is a tree warden. His request is to remove 12 dead ash trees. The trees are on city property, but abut Proctor Brook. They sit on the embankment and pose a significant safety issue to the resident commissioner to discuss and vote. Is Brian here?
Yes, hello, this is Brian Grant speaking.
Hi, Brian.
Hello, everybody.
Okay.
Hello.
So yours.
Oh, okay. So there are 12 dead ash trees behind the residence at 151 Rear Lowell Street. They're on the embankment on city property. And these do, as you read, pose a safety issue to the house right next to these trees. The job's been outstanding for about 6 to 8 months. We need to get these down, hopefully sometime in January. We have to bring a huge crane in to get these cut and lifted over the house and disposed of. So I appreciate you guys getting me in on short notice. So that's kind of where we're at with this issue. I know the resident would like to have this done at some point in the next few months. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to look at the plan. There's a, let's see, 155 rear. I was, any reason why these trees have died? Because I was looking at the aerial from Google Maps and stuff, and it seems like it's just odd that there's a lot of vegetation in this whole area, and it's all these trees are located behind this house.
Yeah, we're losing a lot of ash trees in the city from the emerald ash borer. So we've been removing a lot of ash trees the last couple of years in the city and surrounding communities.
I see. All right, so they're ash trees. All right.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
Through the chair, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
Brian, do they show evidence of having that infestation?
They do. They do have some boring holes in the trees, along with some other ones in the city. They've been dead probably for a while. They almost kind of look petrified now. So I believe that's why we're losing all the ash trees, specifically
Okay.
these 12. Yep.
Oh, because the pictures that were sent to us, they didn't appear to. I mean, they're leaning away from the house, it seemed. But if you believe that they're diseased, is there woodpecker activity in there trying to get the bugs or anything?
Yeah, and some woodpecker activity as well. Yep.
Okay. And I also noticed in one of the pictures, there's a stone wall. Can that be undisturbed?
Yeah, we're gonna leave a bit of a stump anyway on the embankment just to hold the embankment. So we'll make sure to leave the stone wall as is. Yep. I'll take a picture of it beforehand, and if we do disturb it a little bit, we'll make sure to repair it.
Okay.
Is there a special process in removing those trees if they are infested with that, that insect? Um, is there potential of those spreading if the tree is cut down or just all the,
Yeah, once they get fed into the chipper, I think that's basically it. And then I can talk to Andrew if he has a specific spot where he brings those ash tree, the the chips for those. But I don't think there's a specific spot, especially when they go through the chipper and they pretty much eat everything up. So the chips come out very fine. So I don't think too much can
Okay.
survive that.
and that, all that material will be removed from the site? It'll be taken somewhere else. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay, all right. All right, is anybody have any other issues regarding this, property?
Through the chair.
Yeah,
Hey, Brian,
Yes.
has nothing to do with the ash trees, but since I have you here, 8 Madison Ave, Iffy Looking Tree, contacted you months ago. If you get a chance to look at that, could you contact Lucia and let me know that that's cool?
8
Or-
Madison. I'll have to take a look at my notes when I get back to the office tomorrow. Then I'll reach out to Lucia
Thank you.
and let you know what's going on. Yep. Thank you for the reminder. Yep.
okay. I don't know if we need to, do we need to open this up to the public? Is there anybody, any neighbors who want to talk about this? And if
Just-
not,
I just had a question, Mike, just to be clear, the city of Peabody will be conducting this work. The neighbor has nothing to, the private property, all the trees are on public, the city-owned land?
There are
think
two
so.
on his property that are further away from the embankment that are dead, which he'll be paying for while the crane is there.
I see, okay.
But they're 50 feet off the embankment onto his property.
And there's, okay, and there's a total of 12, including the two, on private
Yes.
property?
Yep.
Okay. All right,
So once I know a date and the process of when, I'll reach out to Lucia and the commission and I'll keep you guys updated.
okay. Okay, so at this point, I guess we'll just, make a motion, for the emergency, approval of the emergency certificate. And if there were any conditions, I would think would be that all the cuttings from the tree will be removed from the site and disposed of properly, and that the stumps, will remain in place, so they won't be grubbed.
Sounds
So-
good. Exactly. Yep.
And excuse me, and just the stone wall.
And the stone wall will not be disturbed.
Yes.
Okay.
Could
One more,
I
Barry?
just ask one more question? If the stumps are gonna remain, is that gonna cause further infestation, or do they need a live tree?
Yeah, they need the xylem, which the liquid comes up and the water comes up through that. So once that's gone, there's no infestation in the trunk.
Okay,
So
all
they
right.
need the live tree to get in there. And once they get in there, the water doesn't come up. So when you see the ash trees, they're dying from the top because they're not getting the water and the nutrients up top. That's kind of how, so it ends up looking like a shrub if you if you notice them around the city or other surrounding communities. So once the tree is done, they don't come back to that area.
Well, that's sad, because they can live like 200 years, ash trees.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, we've been removing a lot of them. So
Okay,
And
Thank
what
you.
is what's the insect associated with this, Brian?
the emerald ash borer.
Emerald ash, yep, okay, I forgot.
Through the chair?
Yes,
Yeah, Brian, I'm gonna do the same thing Amanda did. Just a question. Down at the Tannery Common, all the ash trees They're all shrubbed out because of the bar.
Yep, those will
is
be
that
going
something-
bye-bye before the summer. So I think there's 7 of them down there.
Correct. Okay,
So
great.
we want to get those removed, the stumps grounded down, and we want to replant at that spot. So
Great.
we
Okay,
hope to have that all done by the end of May, early June, perhaps.
Great. Thank you very much.
Very good,
Okay, Riz.
excellent. All right,
Okay,
thank
everybody,
you.
thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, so we have to make a motion to issue the emergency certificate.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, have a second?
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Jamie with the conditions. Did you say no grind and grubbing and stumps to stay? I'm assuming per Brian's expertise.
Yeah.
Stone wall not to be disturbed. That motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Jamie, correct?
Yes,
All right,
and then all the tree that was been removed, all the cuttings and everything else will be removed from the property
okay, so debris off site.
and disposed of properly.
Disposed. All right, Brian, if you're still in the audience, just let me know. I need like if it's gonna be in January, if you know a specific date, let me know because I can get that emergency certificate drafted and out the door. Like even if it's, January 30th, I can draft it like tomorrow, obviously if I have time. But so just let me know when you have that date, and then from the start date, you have 30 days.
Okay.
All right,
Excellent.
so I'm gonna go ahead and finish that roll call. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gaithus,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Terup,
Yes.
Portamach,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that motion passes 8-0. And again, Brian, just get in touch with me. Give me at least a week.
Will do, Lucia. Thank you.
very good, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
everybody.
You're welcome. So under notices of intent, item number 1, under notices of intent, it's a continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Bowler Engineering from Massachusetts LLC, Matthew Ashley, for Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. The property owner is Naked Real Estate LLC, Joseph Brunali. The proposed project consists of redevelopment of riverfront property for a quick-serve restaurant with a drive-through. The property is known as 15 Sylvan Street, map 30, lot 12, and map 39, lot 49. Lot 12 is in the town of Danvers, and lot 49, I believe, is in Peabody.
Through the chair, I believe they're asking for a continuance, but I saw Attorney Kilty's hand raised, so
I did, and
There we go.
I expected Matt Ashley. Has he already indicated they want a continuance?
I spoke with Chris Perrone, and he said that they wanted a continuance because they
Okay,
the
yeah,
pyramid's
I
still
know
not finished.
Danvers has asked them to move the building.
Oh, the whole building?
Well, we're fighting it, but
All
I
right.
think that's why the continuance was asked for.
Who's
Yeah,
Not closer to the wetlands, I hope.
No, no,
Okay.
closer to Sylvan Street,
Oh, okay,
but not closer to the wetland.
I see.
Through the chair, excuse me, what building is it? I drove past there the other day and I couldn't figure out where it's gonna be.
We're
Fidelity.
taking down the old Romy's
Fidelity
Fidelity.
Building.
The Fidelity
Fidelity.
Oh,
on the
okay.
corner.
All right. I did see that there was on the other side of the stream that there was a camper there. I don't know if anybody's living in there. Do you know anything about that, attorney?
When
No,
you say
so-
the other side of the stream, the other side from our property, I don't know anything. If you mean
Okay.
further deeper,
The side of the property where, what's that? The chicken place.
so it's the back of the
Flip the
property,
Flip the bird.
Flip the Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an extension of ours that goes down there. We do not believe anybody's living, and our proposal calls for us to clean any areas owned by us to be cleaned out.
Okay.
Okay.
So before you guys make that continuance, there is a hand raise. I don't know if they actually want to speak for this, so I'm just gonna let them unmute and they can tell us if they're speaking for this. Otherwise, I would suggest it gets continued until January. So hold on.
It's Barry Fogel. I just thought we were going to be heard on the tree policy filing we made before you started the notices of intent for Salem Country Club.
Barry.
Oh,
Oh, through the chair, Barry, you're not actually on the agenda, but all the paperwork is on the OneDrive. So when you guys come up for whatever item you're here for, that would be the time to.
Okay, good. We'll bring it up then. Thank you.
okay, so,
Moving to 2, I think.
Yeah. Well, do we make the motion to continue this already?
Yeah,
yeah.
move to continue.
Second.
Okay,
All right, that motion to continue was made by Arthur, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gaithus,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Arup,
Yes.
Portamunch,
Yes,
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, the item is continued to the January meeting 8-0.
okay. Item number 2 on the agenda is under notices of intent. It's a continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Ty and Bond, Gene Christie for D'Andrea Brothers General Construction, Robert D'Andrea. The property owner is Humphreys 460 Realty Trust, Charles Patsios. The proposed project includes demolition and redevelopment of existing building structures and associated stormwater management improvements in the riverfront and FEMA floodplain. The property known as 103 Foster Street, map 95, lot 100A, in PBD, Mass. First meeting was held in July of this year.
Good evening. My name's Brian E. Angus. I'm with Ty and Bond here on behalf of the applicant. I'm not Gene Christie, but have been thoroughly involved in this filing since its submittal. I understand through Lucia that the commission would like a brief but comprehensive presentation on the project, just for the benefit of those who may not have been here the entire time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. So let me share my screen, and I will go fairly quickly and happy to answer any questions as I go or at the end. So again, my name is Bryony. It's like Brian with a Y. And as the chair mentioned, this notice of intent was submitted in the summer for the property at 103 Foster Street. This is a 1.8 acre industrial property. Goldthwaite Brook forms the southern boundary of the property. The project site is currently occupied by a variety of historic industrial buildings and some undeveloped land adjacent to the railroad tracks. And the project proposes demolition of existing buildings on site and development of one building to be used as contractor storage. In terms of resource areas at the site, we have the bank and riverfront area associated with Goldthwaite Brook, as well as land underwater. This figure is just showing the ferment. So we have bordering land subject to flooding that basically occupies the entire site. And we have no habitat or other sensitive resources. So this is a very busy drawing of existing conditions. Full plan set is obviously in the notice of intent, but this shows the existing building. Site access is from Foster Street. It's a fairly wide site entrance with vehicular access coming up adjacent to the building. There is access to other There's an access easement through the site to other parcels back here. Railroad tracks. Again, hatching is showing regulatory floodway. Need to zoom in a little bit. Showing buffer zone to bank as well as riverfront area. So the entire site is in riverfront area. Oops. So this is the proposed layout plan. Again, construction of a single building to be used as contractor storage, access improvements along Foster Street. The drawings show proposed snow storage locations, circulation, parking, no proposed modifications to this flood wall along Goldthwaite Brook. This is showing the inset of the property page left, just because it's a long linear property. One thing of note about this parcel is that the entire property is subject to an activity and use limitation. There have been 4, I believe, release tracking numbers issued by DEP that have all been closed out. But that activity and use limitation really has driven a lot of design considerations for the project. And I'll get into that a little bit further. In terms of proposed grading and drainage, right now there are several catch basins on the site, but stormwater is generally flowing largely untreated to Goldthwaite Brook. So the project does propose a full suite of stormwater improvements, including significantly increased treatment through some storm scepter units, as well as other features. The project is a redevelopment project, so the stormwater system complies to the extent practicable with the DEP standards. The stormwater system has been fully reviewed by Weston and Sampson as through peer review to DPS. They have issued their final comments, and Planning Board has also signed off on the project. So happy to go into any more detail the commission wants about stormwater, but I will keep moving. Well, look at that. Here's another, so just a little bit more detail. This is literally everything I just said, so I will keep moving. But the last bullet here, groundwater recharge not proposed. This is one of the design implications related to the activity and use limitation. So really are limited opportunities for low impact development measures, just given the impervious nature of the site and the restrictions against sort of digging into the soils that are capped with the impervious surface. This slide just talks a little bit more about the activity and use limitation. So the biggest requirement of that is that all surfaces need to be capped with asphalt or 3 feet of clean fill. Right now, the project site is not in compliance with the AUL. There's a portion of the site towards the railroad tracks that isn't paved yet. The option to cap with 3 feet of fill instead of impervious is very challenging given the location of the site within regulatory floodplain and BLSF. So the proposed project does involve paving the entire site. This presents significant challenges for restoration of the site. We'll talk about that in a little bit, and landscaping, just given the need to comply with the AUL. So in terms of Wetlands Protection Act and city regs performance standards, as I mentioned, the entire site's in bordering land subject to flooding. The project involves minor regrading just associated with the demo and stormwater improvements. But the project has been, the grading's been accomplished such that compensatory storage is not required. The table that was submitted with the notice of intent shows cut and fills at every elevation within BLSF, noting that we have increased flood storage capacity in the proposed condition. With respect to riverfront area performance standards, so this is a redevelopment project, so we're looking at 1058-5. And there are a number of things going on at the site, which are demonstrated in this project, in this figure. So starting page left, this is the portion of the site that is looking at the Wetlands Protection Act, considered previously undeveloped. We also have a small portion of the site that qualifies as previously developed and degraded. That's this little blue part of the site. And then this is the portion of the site that is subject to the historic mill complex exemption in the riverfront performance standards. And this area was determined through looking at historic aerials, and we're using the definition of historic mill complex in the Wetlands Protection Act, which says the mill complex needs to have existed prior to 1946 and still be present on 1996. And we've traced historic aerials of building footprints, and this has all been provided in materials to DEP and the commission. And that's what this red area is. And the definition of historic mill complex includes areas of the site that were occupied by buildings or other appurtenances that are sort of related to the historic mill complex. We are not seeking the exemption for the entire site, but feel that this area is appropriate. This all plays into our math when looking at the performance standards related to riverfront redevelopment. And there are several that the project cannot meet. So one of them is work being closer to the river than it is in the existing condition. And the paving of this area back here makes it challenging to comply with that. And then our math on the what I find to be the most complicated part of the Wetlands Protection Act, the math about how much of the site you can develop when you have previously degraded and developed areas, that math is not in our favor either, even with the historic mill complex exemption. So it forces the applicant to look at on-site restoration or mitigation to comply with those portions of the project that aren't in compliance with 1058-5. As I mentioned before, opportunities for restoring the riverfront area are very hard to find on this site, given the need to comply with the activity and use limitation. So because of that, the applicant and Ty and Bond engaged in a conversation with staff to inquire about whether or not there were any other opportunities for off-site mitigation, as is allowed under, I believe it's 1058-5G. And through that conversation, we are proposing to provide off-site mitigation at the 16 Lowell Street property, which is the George Peabody Legacy Park. This is it's a neat opportunity, frankly, and it's on the same water body. It's an opportunity to help the city make improvements that they may not have been able to make associated with this park. So the applicant has committed to developing a planting plan, which is seen here. So Ty and Bond landscape architects developed this, reviewed it with Lucia and others, and this mitigation at 16 Lowell Street for the work at 103 Foster Street, will become part of the order of conditions for the NOI that's in front of you tonight, if approved. And happy to talk more about that as well. Just in terms of applicable local standards, and again, this was all subject to peer review as well. We do note the section of the Peabody regulations that speaks to demolition of historic structures. This project has already been reviewed by the Historical Commission, and there is no demolition delay required. There is some work in the no disturb buffer. And again, that's the portion of the work associated with the asphalt cap in the buffer zone. And then the rivers and streams section of the local regulations are addressed through the offsite mitigation that I just mentioned previously. So that is a very quick presentation on a project that has involved a ton of consultation with staff, other departments, and a pretty thorough back and forth peer review through the peer reviewer to DPS. And I believe the project has, improved significantly because of all this consultation. So happy to answer any questions.
Some of the questions, have you reviewed questions that were provided by DEP?
Yeah, like we received comments from DEP almost like back in August and provided written responses to them that were copied to the commission. We have not seen anything formal come from them since then.
Okay. One of the things they raised, they thought there was insufficient information to show that and confirm that the site is an historic mill complex.
Yeah, so and I'll admit, in our original notice of intent filing, we didn't provide enough backup. So everything that I presented tonight came from our August 28th response to DEP comments, where we provided that hatched map and a lot more detail. And so we believe that that's been sufficiently addressed and haven't heard anything further from the circuit rider on that matter.
Okay, then other buildings that are coming down aren't included under historic unless they follow the defined by 10.04.
Correct. Like if they're not in that historic mill complex footprint, they are not subject to the exemption.
All right. Okay, so you haven't heard back from DEP on those?
No, and I honestly, given that it's December 10th.
We don't expect to usually, do we?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we still waiting for a DPS closeout memo? Did we
No,
receive
that
No, we
was
had that.
issued. Sorry. It
Sorry,
was
say it
issued
again?
December 4th, I believe.
Okay, and you've gone through the planning board?
Planning board approval is in hand, correct?
Yeah. All right, well, with the exception of getting the answers on DEP's comments, you said you've addressed them all and returned your response to them, but we haven't heard back. And we don't always hear back, so.
Yeah, I think it's if our sort of rule of thumb dealing with this every day is if they weren't satisfied with our responses, they would let us or Lucia know. Yep.
So anything, you can think of anything else, Lucia, on, with regard to outside DEP's comments?
I gave you guys a list of possible
Yeah.
recommended conditions.
Yeah.
The important one is the one that our city solicitor gave us, which is reference made to the technical memorandum of the offsite riverfront mitigation that we just discussed, and then obviously add the DPS conditions, and then I would also add that all 21E docs need to be emailed to staff, and all work obviously needs to be done under the mass contingency plan as required, and any other conditions that you guys deem necessary. But the main ones are obviously Will Pollitt's peer review and his comments, his conditions that he gives. I'm assuming Bronny, you saw those. Obviously, you guys are fine with it, I think.
Correct.
And again, the reference attaching the technical memorandum, making it part of this order of conditions for the offsite mitigation. That's the main one. And Attorney Lashway drafted that for you guys. It's a pretty long condition. And then again, the 21E docs are just those three special ones, and then whatever you guys feel necessary.
Okay. All right, so so does the commission, anybody in the commission have any other questions?
Yeah, I, through the chair, just exactly what are you going to be doing at 16 Lowell Street? Are you developing the site? Are you gonna, who's going to be maintaining the site? Is this just a little more
think-
detail about
I
that
think
end?
the 16 Lowell Street, the
Public property.
Yeah, the public park, the planting plan, once that is complete and it meets all the time requirement for plant survival and all that, it would roll over to the city of Peabody.
Yeah, it's a little triangular portion between the area that's going to be treated with pavers and fencing. There's a little bit on the bank of the brook that we've agreed that we would provide the landscaping, maintenance, etc.
All right, once it gets through the period of the growing seasons, is all responsibility turns over to the city of Peabody, the Parks Department? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, but until we get a sign off from, is it 2 years or something like that?
2 years, yeah.
Yeah. So it'll revert back to the city, but until that time, it kind of falls under these folks.
Power
And
order.
yeah,
Correct.
so that would be one of the orders in the conditions. That would be one of the conditions. The offsite mitigation completion.
And that'll be condition 51, I believe.
51, okay, yes. Yes. Okay, any other questions? If not, any questions from the public? Does anybody have their hand raised, Lucia?
Yep, if anyone's in the public and wants to speak for or against this project, please raise your hand now. There is a hand raised, so hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to unmute this person, and once you are unmuted, you need to say your name and address for the record, please, and then you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Eddie Pereira, 15 Purchase Street in Danvers. I own property on Bernie Street. And what are they exactly thinking of doing with a contractor's space or whatnot? What are they thinking of doing over there?
John, do you want to answer that or me?
We're developing contractors' bays, which are just that. In other words, small areas for indoor storage of commercial vehicles, industrial vehicle, with very, very, very limited areas for an office, not at all sophisticated, very much in a rustic sense, shared bath. We're trying to create an accommodation to get people off the small businessmen off their parking their vehicles and units at home, bring them to our place, park them there. limited storage, and that's it. Pretty simple.
Okay, because the parking there especially on Foster Street is awful. And to add a lot more to it, as long as they're gonna park inside or around their building,
Outside,
if people are
inside, I'm sorry.
inside, and
Yep.
these contractor bays, it's gonna be mechanics, it's gonna be body work, or just contract like plumber.
No, though any of that activity would require a special permit. We are only the unit itself for the contractor to have a vehicle, but there's no welding, there's no spray booths, there's no industrial uses of that nature. We contemplate carpenters, sign maker, carpenter, electricians, plumbers. Yeah.
Okay, but it's just the parking. That's the biggest thing is the parking. Because I mean, you drive by Foster Street at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's full. You know, just
All
to
right.
keep.
Thank you.
All right.
So Jack, a question, so when you use the word, storage building, so say carpenters or electricians, they would store their vehicles and maybe equipment in there, but they wouldn't be conducting.
No,
Yeah.
no assemblage, no manufacture, no, we're correct.
Okay, okay.
Just
Yeah.
the question to Bronny is, I understand that it will all have to, these type of buildings are all without a basement, but isn't there need to dig down into the ground for some sort of footing, or not footing, but base of the cement, and then also, like you talked about before, stormwater, digging into the ground for maintaining the stormwater
Yep,
infrastructure?
there will be some construction related excavation, and all of that will be done in accordance with the mass contingency plan and the terms of the AUL. And I believe that's why your agent was suggesting that documentation gets provided to the commission. But no, this is a pretty simple building. It's not going to have a deep
no
or
deep.
complicated foundation. No subsurface stormwater. So everything is driven by that AUL.
Yep.
Will there be an LSP on this
Yes.
project associated with the excavation?
Yes,
Okay,
that's our actual requirement.
yeah. Okay.
I got one question for Bryony.
Yep.
Who determined, you probably said this, but how was it determined that undeveloped little parcel of land had to be capped?
That's just it's a pretty black and white determination of the AUL. The AUL affects the entire parcel. That little back corner is not capped with either fill or pavement. It's like there's vegetation growing out of it. It's gravelly, but it's definitely not impervious. So, the redevelopment of the site is triggering a renewed look at compliance with that activity and use limitation. So DEP is the answer to my long-winded statement.
Thank you.
If there aren't any other questions, what's the wish of the commission? Do you want to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
1 sec before you guys close it. If you guys are, I'm very happy that you're closing it, but just before I forget, if you do some food for thought when you're making the motion, I didn't mention this earlier because I didn't see it in my notes, but you do have to discuss the time frame for when the offsite mitigation work is going to commence. Like, for example, once the groundwork has started at 103 Foster, the offsite mitigation should start within how many days, unless the weather doesn't permit. So you guys got to figure that out when you're making that motion. Okay, I will try to remind you if you forget, but feel free to continue on, Arthur.
Well, and can we make it so that it is a suitable time of year to install all those plantings?
That would make sense. But how about prepping the site? And if you, I know, during during the winter, or certainly early spring,
Yep.
opportunities are there to get things mobilized maybe, and keeping that site safe, but maybe get some progress in that. So when the better weather comes for planting, you'd be kind of like ready to go.
Right.
Is that something that would be possible?
I guess I have to admit some ignorance of when the rest of the park project is actually happening. I'm talking about the Lowell Street project. It would be is the rest of that sort of development ready to roll, or I just wouldn't want to condition Foster Street to do something by X date and the rest of the project doesn't even exist yet.
I think because of in my opinion, I could be wrong, but based on the location of the portion that you folks will be developing.
Yep.
It seems to me that the majority of that work should take place before they do finish the site of the park, because then you'd be, you don't want to be having the park done and then you guys coming across with equipment and bringing, and kind of messing up what the new park looks like. At least portions of it. So.
And therefore, how about, we would aim at spring and then be maintaining thereafter, or watching, but as coordinated with the activities at the Legacy Park. So if they're not ready for us, we won't try to grow it. If they're ready, we'll start in the spring.
Okay.
So we could make it contingent, we could have kind of like a time frame, but make it contingent on
the park.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Through the chair, just my opinion is that all sounds great. I agree with all of that. But I mean, let's say they're planning to start work. Let's say they get the perfect world. They start work in February or March. I would say that if the mayor and everyone wants them to start that spring to get those plantings in so that their 2 years starts clicking, immediately. So that's, obviously, so I liked all of your guys' ideas about a time frame and coordinating with the mayor's office and whoever's doing the park. But again, if they're going to start like this winter, why wouldn't they do the plants in the spring so that they can get their 2 years out of there? Right now, the whole idea is to do some riverfront mitigation. So why not, even if the park, like, let's pretend the park doesn't even happen, we still want to get those plantings in there. That's just my 2 cents.
Right, that's why I was bringing up about the fact that the possibility of being able to do some prep work for that area that you folks are developing, regardless of the park, or ahead of them, if the opportunity is there that you can get things started, but the plantings and maybe bringing in the topsoil would not take place. But, getting the site ready in terms of grading and any stonework or anything like that takes place. Maybe we get that done, earlier than, like you say, March.
Sure. If the city wants us to start March, April, we're happy to do so.
Okay. All right. So maybe we're just kind of in the condition it could be.
I think you should target us as March and April, and then with a caveat that contingent upon other parties' approval of our activity on their land.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair,
that sound okay, Lucia?
Yeah.
Yeah, however you guys want to word it, just I'm just trying to think of a way to word it so that we're not like boxing you in. But yes,
so
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we suggest a target date of early spring, and then just have a contingency as to the availability of our being out there working at that
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, and as soon as you can get we can get a closed date, then that allows you to make plans to order all your plantings and make sure you can get them on a timely manner, so everything goes in and we're not waiting for something because you can't get them anymore. You know,
Exactly, through the chair. That's exactly what I'm worried about, that they're going to break ground in like February or March, and then they're not going to place the order. And then come May, there's not going to be any plants for them, or there's going to be something. And then they're going to be like, oh, we can't do it until September now. And then I just don't
Right.
want to keep like running into like they get their building, but we're like still here waiting for them to order plants. That's just what I don't want to happen.
yeah, so I think a close communication between the city departments and you folks, so you can get an understanding of when they're working, what they're working on, and when they're gonna start different aspects of anything on the park. But in the meantime, I would look to order your stuff and have things ready, or at least talk to the right people, so you order all your plantings, that you be such that you could have those available, for, say, April 15th or something. March or April. You're not start looking for materials after the city contacts you. I hopefully over the winter and early spring, real early spring, that you maybe can get a memo to the commission that you've talked to your suppliers and things look like
Sure.
to be okay to get all the materials we need in relatively quick and in a timely manner, so this can be done in the spring.
Sure, we have a willingness to do that. Yep.
Okay. That probably makes the most sense because the date's kind of tough when everything started, but I think the preliminary work and getting it ready and getting things ordered would be, it would show us kind of where we are. So maybe you could report back to us in our February or March meeting around that time, say February or March, that you've made some contacts and we're looking like we're going to be ready to go in the spring. Okay. Okay, so did you finish the motion, Arthur?
No, I interrupted him.
Okay,
The only motion was to
Public hearing.
close.
yeah, so we have a motion to close. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, that motion to close was made by Mr. Athos, seconded by Mrs. Hera. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Womack,
Yes.
Hera,
Yes.
Portamonch. What?
Yes.
And McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed 8-0. I'm just going to take a peek and make sure no one else is in the audience. I don't see any hands, so carry on.
Okay, could I have a motion? Do we have a motion to issue an order of conditions?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Sorry to interrupt, but I don't think Derek, who just seconded that? I don't think Derek can second that. Everyone can vote. But,
Disregard.
there's just a core 4 that can make the motions. You guys are all here. I think it's Arthur, Bruce, Rizzo, and Vivaldi, I believe.
Okay.
Everyone can vote, but those core 4 have to all say yes.
She's here.
I sent the emails out, you guys. I really hope you paid attention because I can't remember.
Okay. So
Lucia, I
Arthur
did the
made-
Mullins rule, so I should be okay.
Yes, exactly. See, I got so many messed up because so many.
No,
things
that's
were
okay.
continued. So the core, as long as the core 4 all say yes, everyone can vote, but the core 4 has to all say yes.
Okay, so we need a different second then? Who wants to second that?
Second.
All right, second by Mike Vivaldi.
All right, roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamonch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 8-0 with the core 4 obviously all there. Do you guys want to discuss those conditions again?
Yeah, so I think I think the most important one, well, they're all important, but the one, so that, excuse me, wait a minute. Okay, so that the, um, uh, concurrent or at the time the construction starts for the, 103 Foster Street, that the site work and mitigation, riverfront mitigation, would commence, at the same time. 16 Lowell
or-
Street.
Michael, why don't you
Yes.
suggest or before even? If
Oh, thank
some-
you.
Yeah,
Yeah, or before.
yeah,
Very good.
because if some reason we're delayed, but still going forward, we could move forward with you.
That's great. Good. Thank you, Jack. Okay, so, that 16 Lowell Street would start before or at the latest, at the time when the, Foster Street site starts. That would be condition number 1. No, it isn't. Sorry. Wait a minute.
51.
51. Thank you.
And it would be referenced as referenced by the I'm just gonna go ahead and read this. This is
Okay.
the condition that City Solicitor Liz Lashway wrote. Reference is made to the attached technical memorandum form tie and bond dated November 6, 2025. Unless is that Barani, is that the right date? Because I know you guys did revise it.
Hold on, I just opened it, but let me.
Whatever the correct date is, I'm going to keep reading this while
Yep.
she's looking that up. And it's attached plan entitled Figure 1, together the attachment. The attachment is incorporated herewith. It shall be a condition of this order of conditions, DEP file number 55956, that the applicant perform the landscaping related improvements at 16 Lowell Street as are detailed in the attachment within, and it sounded like you said, at the same time of the commencement of work unless weather does not permit or if the applicant wants to start
Yeah,
earlier.
or earlier, or earlier.
In addition to the plantings, the applicant shall perform the additional tasks prescribed in the last paragraph of the technical memorandum, i.e. biannual reports, spring and fall, visual observations, replacing plantings, etc. Once the 2-year monitoring is completed and a full certificate of compliance is issued, the City of Peabody will take over the landscaped riverfront mitigation area at 16 Lowell Street. In the event that the 103 Foster Street DP file number 55956 does not advance into construction, the proposed riverfront mitigation at 16 Lowell Street will not be required and the applicant will not be responsible for conducting the planting work associated with 16 Lowell Street project described in the attachment. The applicant for 103 Foster Street is not responsible for permitting or permit closeout of the work associated with the development of 16 Lowell Street. And then the next conditions would be all of the DPS peer review conditions, and then the condition that all 21 e-docs are to be emailed to staff, and that obviously all work is done under the mass contingency plan.
Yeah, and then 0 to 50, 1 to 50.
Yep. And Brianni, did you check that date? Is it still November?
Yep, it's November 6th is the most recent.
All right, so the roll call was already done. It passed 8-0. Those are the conditions.
Okay,
Unless anyone on the board is adding any more.
well, I think that covers it.
All
Through the
right.
chair, through the chair.
Yes,
And again, I don't know if this is a condition or if this is just something we have to. I'm really nervous about. They're gonna dig the site. They have to do it to put a foundation in for a new building, and that's fine. But where are they going to be hauling the spoil off, or are they going to be putting it? If they're going to store it on site, which again that's fine. I certainly don't want it next to the riverfront. And if it's going to be next to the riverfront, it should be covered, not just erosion control, because who knows what's in it.
well, I think the excavation for the foundation, less the backfill material necessary needs to be hauled off site with a bill of lading, and this is all, hopefully that's all taken care of.
Right, I
and
understand that, but
monitored by the
something
LS
that should be, is that something that should be in the order of conditions or not?
Through the chair, I believe the condition about all work must be done per the mass contingency plan. You can't just have, I mean, please correct me, Brianni, if I'm wrong.
Oh, that's
but
correct.
You can't, like, that's why that's that condition that they're
Yeah.
gonna be watched like a hawk on this. Trust me, they've got a bunch of people in high-rise condos that have been watching them. I got video, so if they do one thing wrong, I'm gonna probably know about it within 3 hours.
Okay. Well, like
Okay.
Bruce said, it's, if it falls under the LSP's responsibility. And so is that, I don't know if it's, well, yeah, I think, because I think 1 through 50 includes that. There's probably something in 1 through 50 that talks about DEP requirements. I don't think we need a separate condition.
Okay. I just wanted to. make
Yeah,
it
and
clear,
if
that's all.
Lucia should find there isn't one in there, then add one.
Well, we already did that all work has to be done per the mass
Yeah,
contingency
okay.
plan.
I agree with you,
So,
Lucia, but
I mean,
Okay.
if they're trust me, you guys, if they're storing soil out there, I've already worked on illegal. I already can do that enforcement action, no problem. I would hope they would know better, and if any LSP is on site and that's happening, that's we've got worse. Oh, yeah, I really don't think anything's gonna happen if an LSP is on site. I don't know
Yeah.
what other we'd have to like redo the motion if you guys want to add conditions because we already read all those. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I think-
what else can we add? I mean, that's part of the mass contingency plan that from at least from what I know, you have to have like a poly liner a certain thickness. The soil goes on top of that and then it gets covered. Sometimes they allow you to keep it on site. At least the one time I worked, it was a really big deal. They had to have a poly liner under it and a poly liner on top of it and had to be weighted and it was like checked on daily. Um, so I would hope that would be in their RAM plan or their cleanup or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a 21E expert. I know just enough.
That's all in the LSP's wheelhouse. They manage that. The only thing since we're talking about, the only thing I would just bring up is when they do start working at 16 Lowell Street and things are progressing, the work and effects or cause and effect by any contractors on Foster Street, should they be delayed or work stops because of they're not doing something correctly, I don't want that to stop work at 16 Lowell Street. You understand what I mean, Jack?
I'm sorry. I do understand, and that's why we
Yeah,
suggested or before, in case there was any delay.
yeah, okay. All right, I think we're good. All right, you need to do a roll call on the order of conditions?
Nope, I already did it.
We-
Now,
we did
if
that.
we add more conditions, though, I do need to do a
We
roll
did.
call. Yep, it was closed by author Jamie, and then the motion was Bruce Vivaldi, and I already did the roll call.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Mark,
Did we vote?
yes,
Yes.
I thought, okay,
wake up.
all right.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 3. It's a public hearing and notice of intent submitted by Attorney John R. Kelty for Samaz Zapay, owner. The proposed project consists of removal of existing dwelling, pool, driveway, and the construction of a proposed multifamily dwelling units, utilities, and driveways. Property is known as 20 Parsons Street, map 95, lot 380, in the city of Peabody. And our first meeting was 12/25.
10/20/25.
2025, yeah. Okay,
I'm up.
you're up.
Thank you. John Kelty, attorney for 20 Parsons Street project, which is the applicant is Samir Sami Zapaj. And we're proposing the construction of a multifamily dwelling by rehabbing and repurposing the existing structure and providing utilities and off-street parking for it. We did advertise to the list of abutters. Lucia and I actually had some discussions about whether or not all the parties did get them. We're satisfied that the notice was adequate. This was originally before the commission last spring and summer, wherein we were tearing down the existing structure and replacing it with 2 duplexes. The board denied that application. We did not appeal that action, and we came back with what we thought would be a far more acceptable use of the premises, and it would be through the reconstruction of the existing premises by adding an addition to the right or westerly side of the premises. We've paid the fees, offered the abutters. We do, gave notice to the abutters. We've been given a public services memorandum in which there was a note made of the need for a new page 2. Our page 2 of our notice of intent didn't make it clear that we were reconstructing and adding on to the existing house. We've replaced page 2. And then we have added the water and sewer utilities to the plan. And Mr. Mello, creator of the plan, is here this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right.
I'll take it through the plan. Through the chair, just a brief description of what we're doing from the last time you folks have seen this. Most of you are out on a site visit that we had. And what we're doing here is simply breaks down to about 3 things. All of the work that we're proposing is in the riverfront. And we're proposing to remove the pool in the rear of the structure, put a 20 by 18 addition on the right-hand side of the structure, and put a parking facility for 4 spaces on the left-hand side of the structure. All of the work is within the parameters that's allowed in the riverfront for alterations. We've stayed as far away from the resource area as possible with everything we're doing. And we've provided with an erosion control at the limit of the work. We've provided that the trees in the rear of the property remain. That was something that you all talked about. And there's a note to that effect. We have 2 markers for the conservation line at the Conservancy District. And we believe that we've come to the spirit of where the commission was headed. And I'll leave it at that. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of the technicalities.
Okay. I think when we talked last time, so the footprint of the new building will be the footprint of the existing building?
The existing building is to remain. It's not coming
Right.
down.
And then you're gonna put a 20 by 20 by
20 by 18 addition on the right-hand side.
on the right-hand side. Is there a reason why you couldn't have put that on the left side?
We felt that the parking, we need some parking. We put that on the left side, and we're able to use the existing driveway for the adjacent property that Mr. Zapaj owns, minimizing the need for some additional impervious and circulation. And we'll take an easement over that to allow the parking on the locust property. It seemed to be less intrusive.
Okay, the 4 spaces on the left, are they a little kind of crammed in there? I mean, if you're parked
No.
in the last one, the one close, towards the back of the house, trying to make that turn, does that look?
Well, they're
It's
gonna
kinda tight.
back into the adjacent property, which will have an easement on, and come out the same driveway that the people on 21 Parsons come out. They're legitimate spaces. They're 9 by 18s.
So, so they would be accessing the parking would be accessed from the dwelling number 21? Is that what you're
That's
saying?
correct.
Oh, and you're taking the fence, so there won't be any fence. You're
Taking the fence down, and Mr. Zapage owns both properties, so we'll provide the appropriate legal documentation to allow that to happen.
And does that require an easement from the other property?
It will.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things I'm thinking about is I'm looking at trying to figure how you're grading that, the parking area. It looks like you have.
Yep.
It looks like you're kind of like pushing water on the adjacent property.
No,
Maybe-
I'm taking the water in the middle of the 4 spaces. You can see the V in the proposed contours.
Yeah, so there's a crown line going down the,
There's actually a swale line going down the middle that'll go to the infiltration trench. So that we'll take that water and let it distribute itself in that trench.
okay.
It's, the water would be going to the back of the property. It's flowing towards the back, right?
That's correct. That's the current pitch of the property. Everything flows from Parsons Street towards the back of the property.
Okay. All right, all right, so I get the tree removal, full parking spaces.
And so the
So it's
pool is
like a-
gonna, the pool is gonna stay?
No, the pool
No.
goes.
Pool leaves.
Okay. Pool.
There's a note on the left-hand side of the
Existing
plan.
Pool will be removed, yeah.
Yep.
Right.
I wish, Mr. Mello, I asked you to please do like a pre and post kind of construction or plan. I guess you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
At the last meeting, I asked if you would please do like before existing and then post proposed conditions.
Yes. And we have a pre-existing conditions plan, which shows the existing property with nothing on it.
It's another sheet.
Through the chair, is there any plan or something for us to be able to look at? I
It's
don't
in
see one in the OneDrive. Maybe I missed it.
It's in the OneDrive. You have to open up their application.
I don't see it. I see DPS memo and the NOI PDF, but
The NOI, that's the application.
I didn't see any plan of building.
It's towards the back, Arthur. You have to go
Yeah.
all the way through. It's after like the notice to abutters and everything.
For application.
So the, so the proposed, so will that be a 2-family?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see that you kept the addition to the building is outside the inner riparian zone, which was important.
Through the chair, could I ask a question about the pool?
Yep. The pool that's being removed.
Right, I understand that. When you're draining that, you have to not have any chlorine in there for 7 days,
Correct.
right, prior to any draining.
I don't think there's any water in the pool. I don't think there's been any water in the pool for a long time.
But if there is water, we have to drain it under the appropriate conditions.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it hasn't been used, then there hasn't been any chlorine being added into it for a while then?
Yeah, Leslie, the pool's like dilapidated. It's not like.
Okay, okay.
Do you plan on doing any other plantings on the site
There's 2
beyond the
trees.
pool?
No,
Two
I've
tree-
not proposed any planting where we've got 30 or 40 mature trees in the backyard that are remaining. We're not going to do anything past that conservancy line. And the front of the yard from that fence forward is pretty much overgrown lawn, and we're hoping to just restore it and allow it to remain.
So the shed will stay there, the shed that's on this property will remain?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, how about this, more on the site, there was a bunch of things in the brook. We
I
mentioned
think
about, you said,
those
you said
things
you
in the
guys-
brook they were on the abutting property. Our brook was pretty clean.
At the last meeting, at one of the meetings, I asked Mr. Kelty if he would agree to removing some of the items, and I recall him saying that he would agree.
Yeah, I mean, we would remove any debris on our property, and there are two properties. We believe that the debris you may have seen was on Finoli LLC, number 19, to our right. But if it's on our land,
I was
we'll
referring to
remove
items
it.
actually in the Stormwater Brook.
And if it's in front of our rear yard, we'll take it out.
Yep.
okay, so if it's not, then you'd be on somebody else's land?
Right.
I believe that some of the items are referring to was in kind of like parallel, or how would you say, in sync with the property of 20 Parsons Street.
Okay, take it off.
I think there was a bike in there and there was.
Yep.
But I guess we can't make them go on somebody else's property.
Well, thanks for using the existing dwelling instead of what you guys were
Yeah.
gonna do. Appreciate
No,
that.
no, it's much better.
I can't see the plans. I don't know where they are on the OneDrive.
Your proposed site plan doesn't show the construction of sidewalks or anything. I think the city is requesting
It
that.
actually does, Mr. Rizzo. There's a note
Oh,
under the word street that the sidewalk and curbs to be constructed in conformance with the Department of Public Service Department,
all right. Okay,
which is pretty much right across our frontage that isn't a curb opening. Just rip it out, put new curb and sidewalk in.
there's sidewalk there now, right? So you'd cut in
There
the
is,
sidewalk?
it's beat up. And
Yeah.
we're gonna take it out, put in a new berm and a new sidewalk.
And those would be ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is any other questions from the board? If not, I'd like to open it up to the public, if there's people from the public want to speak on this matter.
Yep, I'm promoting Mary Beth right now, and there's a couple other hands. I'm just gonna promote all the people and you'll see them popping up.
Okay.
Hello, I unmuted. It's Mary Beth Malia.
Hi, Mary Beth.
So a few questions. So on this plan, he's taking down the fence that's in between 21 and 20, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
The whole thing, all the way back?
No.
No. Why not?
No need to.
It's junk anyway. All right. There's also in the plan here, it says removal of a tree or the trees. So are you going to cut down the 2 trees that are going to be by the driveway where the new development is going?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if they'll go with that, but and so I just have I don't understand why we don't have like a plan of, I don't see a picture of what we're building, except that you're gonna build on top of this existing building. You're gonna add on to the right side. So what is the right side gonna consist of? And it's gonna be 2 stories, correct?
Yes,
Yes. So what is it? Is it just,
it's going to look like the existing house as an extension that fits architecturally and aesthetically with the existing house, but it'll be 18 by 20 addition, replacing where the stairway is currently.
and
So
then
the
he's,
exist, so the envelope of the existing house envelope, with the exception of, you know, putting new windows and things like that, will still be the same.
But it's already 2-story, right?
okay. Is there gonna be, you say 2 stories, okay, but is there gonna be like an attic area or,
Generally speaking, there is an attic or crawl space above the second story. It cannot exceed 35 feet. And, you know, we would be within the existing zoning with respect to size. And the addition will blend in with the existing look of the house.
so, well, I'm just gonna say that Sammy, they're very sneaky. So if they have room, you're only allowing them 2 family, but if they have room for an attic area to be converted to another place to live, they will do that. And also, he says that they're gonna have off-street parking, but even his tenants at 19, at 21 do not park in the backyard. So that's just another screen for everything. And then if this gets approved tonight, does it have to go in front of zoning or building or anything?
Building, it would need to be granted a building permit.
Okay, but nothing to do with zoning, so
No,
no, it was just once,
Correct.
if it gets approved tonight, it just goes forward, correct?
it would go forward to the building department for issuance of a building permit.
Okay,
Through the chair, Mary Beth, direct abutters, aggrieved residents do have the ability to appeal it through the DEP appeal process after the order of condition, if that's where you're going with this. If you and the neighbors feel that you want to appeal this, if you think that DEP will act in your favor, then you guys do have that option. No one in the city can help you with that, though. You would basically get the order of conditions and a 2-page document from DEP explaining how to appeal it, and you guys go from there.
right. And it's just that we're just trying to protect our neighborhood, you know, where we live, and you know, you get a picture. You don't even get a picture of what they're really building. They have the picture of the existing house, and then, oh yeah, we're gonna do this little addition.
No
I just have a problem with that, I guess.
Well,
And
I
then,
think-
you
I
know,
think-
like he says, he's putting these 4 parking spots, but he has 21, and none of his tenants, for some reason, we don't even know why, don't even park out back. We have trouble with sanding. I didn't even get the street sanded this last storm that everyone else got sanded, because again, we have his tenants that, and it's just not his tenants it's not all, you know, his tenants. And my husband parks in front of our house just so we preserve our parking spot in front of our house. But of course, we bring it in when there's storms. Obviously, you know, maybe he should communicate with his tenants and he wouldn't have such hard time with neighbors when he wants to do these kinds of things. But so he is removing 2 good, nice trees
That are on our property.
that are on, they're not on my property.
No, they're on our property, Mary.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying you are removing 2 good trees. That's all I'm saying, Jack.
You've already called my client sneaky, Mary Beth.
Well, he is.
Well,
There's no denying. I've lived here, Jack. I
Okay.
know.
So Jack, if
But
you take me,
anyway, it has nothing to do with that. It's just that I'm just making a reference that he's removing 2 nice trees for the driveway.
and that will go a long way, we hope, to resolving the issues with respect to people parking on the street. That's why we're doing that.
so, but this plan doesn't show an easement yet.
No, it doesn't,
Oh,
because
okay.
there is no easement in place. My client owns both properties, and if we're
Right.
approved, as part of our building permit process, we would show an easement on the adjacent property.
Okay.
Sure he
And
talked.
that's something that's something that the building department will require or will be asking you? at the
I would
time?
expect, yes.
Okay. And the removal of those trees, you're gonna grub those, right? So how do you do that if it's right on the property line? Looks like it's on the property line, but,
You own both properties.
We own both.
oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then, and I guess in fairness, the plan just still calls it just an existing dwelling. It doesn't say a proposed 2-story,
Well,
um,
it doesn't, because
It
it
really
really isn't
should.
germane to the
Issues
engineering
here.
of it,
Yeah.
the issues. I mean, it's gonna conform to dimensional zoning. He won't be able to change anything that doesn't comply with the building and zoning code.
Zoning.
or as the height goes.
Right.
Yeah. And then the deck is gonna stay the way it is?
It probably put a new deck surface on it, but yeah, the deck's gonna remain the same size. The boards are a little wobbly. We'll probably put Trex deck, but I mean, that's really not anything other than a building code issue.
Okay,
I
but
mean,
you know,
we try to make it as simple as we could based on our previous denial.
Experience.
And we try to provide the parking for the building in the most innocuous space and do as little work any further away from Parsons Street. We try to stay up on the street, stay out of the inner riparian and,
Yeah.
Stay out of the conservancy, stay out of the 100-foot buffer from the BVW. We're leaving all the trees.
Except for 2.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, well, it's just in general, when you get a proposed plan, it doesn't say anything about loaming and seeding the existing. Once you take the pool out of it doesn't say anything about loaming and seeding. And the deck, it just shows a deck. So when you get the as-built, am I gonna see the same size deck or am I gonna see a 20 by 40 deck?
I don't think we can change the deck without coming back here.
Oh,
We're not
yeah, all
looking-
right.
That deck is where it is. I'd be happy to take a condition that the pool area would be loomed and seeded. I'm sure it's sitting on a bed of sand. And that's my bad. I should have probably put a note to that effect.
Yeah, I think it just better clarify. It would have been nice if it said existing dwelling said 2-story,
Well, he doesn't have the final plans because it's a bunch of money to get construction and building plans. And we need to get the footprint permitted.
okay, and then the addition on the side, is that gonna have a basement or not?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a full pour. There's no sense doing a 4-foot pour.
yeah. Well,
We
it is,
need
if
to
we
get down
don't,
to a footing and frost wall, we'll go all the way.
okay. But I don't know that by looking at the plans. It doesn't tell me.
Fair enough.
There's no footing detail.
I completely agree with you, Michael. It's really poor plans.
You know,
You never put, it's okay. Go all he doesn't like.
yeah, no foundation.
There's Eddie Pereira also has his hand raised. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute him if you guys are.
Don't know. Hope not. Well, maybe it does.
Eddie, if you could just say your name and address for the record again.
Eddie Pereira, 15 Perkins Street, Danvers. I own the house on number 23, and I see all the activity that goes on there. And like Mary Beth said, number 19, they have plenty of space to park in the back. They park all up front. It's the street is cramped as it is. I mean, they asking for 4 spots to park. I don't think it's enough. If they're gonna have 2 apartments there, it's not enough. I mean, why are they putting the driveway on the left-hand side? Why don't they put it on the right-hand side where it is? I mean, and Mary Beth said it right. They are very sneaky because they'll say something and then they'll do another. I mean, just what was it, a month ago or so? The cops were at 21 with gun drawns and stuff. I mean, he doesn't watch over his tenants and stuff like that. He's so sneaky and he's so ridiculous. He asks for one thing, he does another. I don't agree with this project at all.
I just think there should be foundation details. At least showing I mean, as far as I know, I'm looking at this, oh, it's a slab on grade. Because nothing tells me that it's not on the addition.
Completely agree.
It can go back to the drawing board.
We'd be happy to add a note with respect to the foundation.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a note that there's gonna be a basement associated with that.
I say start over and start fresh.
I agree.
Michael, this is pretty fresh. I mean, we didn't take the appeal because we had a tendency to agree with the commission. We feel as though we've really downsized our prior proposal. We've now come back with a plan that we believe addresses the things that were brought up in the initial proposal for 2 duplexes in this same area. If you'd like information regarding the proposed addition with a note that says that there'll be a foundation and it will not be slab, we're happy to ask that. But, this was a sincere effort made after a denial that was certainly within your purview to do. And we came back with what we thought the board wanted to see.
Yeah, no, you've come back with a much better footprint. I concur with that. I just thought the plan could have been more detailed, showed that at least I would have looked at it and known that there was a footing there, a 4-foot footing or an 8-foot footing for, to have a basement. And that instead of just saying existing dwelling, it would have said, reconstructed or second story addition, something like that.
Show a little bit of architecturals maybe. What about the sidewalk too? You said that you said there's gonna be a sidewalk in front of the house, but I don't see it.
It's just a note.
We say the sidewalk and the curb is to be constructed in conformance with the Department of Public Service requirements.
Yeah.
And they will, their issuance of a building permit will require us to restore the sidewalk. As Chris pointed out, it's in pretty tough shape. They will require us to build out the sidewalk at to their specifications. If there's granite, we got to match granite. If there's Cape Cod, they're gonna ask for granite and we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I don't, it's a one of the notes, general notes, or is it on
That's
the?
a note right on the bottom of the page, Michael. If you look
Yeah.
where it says Parsons Street, drop below street, and you see that note.
Okay.
but you know, Jack, the note and the limits that the note show does not commiserate the amount of work it's gonna take to build that sidewalk, because you have a driveway on the right side. Okay, so now you gotta change that to a sidewalk. So you're gonna eliminate the driveway, you're gonna loam and seed that area, and you have the extent of your limits for
I
your
thought-
note need to go
Yeah, but-
further to the right, so that it shows that there's a driveway apron on the house, on the
Yep.
right. And then
Yep.
it's gonna ramp up to a 6-inch curb that blocks, there's no parking there now. It's gonna be grass area. And it's gonna run across the property, the front of the house. And then at the point when you get past where the parking is, you're gonna have a curb cut there that'll have ADA compliant ramps and a driveway apron.
So
So
the-
if the
that-
plan is
those-
not,
Those two lines, those two vertical lines are what the extent of the sidewalk? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's
I'm
what
just-
we anticipate, yes, because there's a driveway immediately to the right. And then we're creating a new, a driveway in conjunction with, the curb cuts on that side. So if they require us to, extend the curb, we will do so.
Through the chair, I think the
Yes.
Conservation Commission is, we're getting away from our purpose. We're looking at this
Right.
plan,
But
we'll just be concerned about the river, the wetlands, things like that. I think if he's gonna go to the building department, I don't think they're gonna approve what he's gonna show them if this is all he's got. But I think it might be outside of.
Oh, I need a building, I need the complete architectural plan.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not required here.
right.
no, I know that. Could we get a copy of that when it's done, when you get that?
Sure.
But Arthur, to make a point that Michael made earlier, Michael Rizzo, that the pool and there's no loam and seed, was no description of what's gonna happen after the pool is removed. So there are some things that maybe that on this plan that shouldn't be discussed, but at the same time, there's multiple things that this plan could be improved upon.
Is the pool gonna be removed?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it says that.
Well, what are they gonna do?
I mean,
That doesn't say that again, plan.
you know, the petitioner has come back with a plan that, for all intent and purposes, satisfies our concerns relative to the inner and outer riparian zone and limiting the work in those areas. So he's done that, to downscale the project considerably. So put my conservation hat, I'm pleased to see that. I just see things on the site, on the plans that aren't addressed. And it says Big Conk driveway to be removed, but it doesn't say you're gonna loam and seed that.
It's
Yeah.
not to be removed.
It says
Mr. Chairman.
repaved,
It says bit driveway to be repaved.
Oh,
repaved.
I'm sorry,
No, we're
my
not
mistake.
removing. All we're doing is
The writing
overlaying
is so
that.
poor that you can't read it.
I can read
Okay.
it quite
Yeah.
clearly.
No, I can see it now when I zoom in. I thought it said removed, it says repaved. So you're gonna have parking on both sides,
That's correct.
Yes.
okay? All right,
And I'd be happy to take a condition that we will lumen seed the area with the pool. And I think that the sidewalk issue is up to DPW. I could show any design I wanted, and when we go for a building permit, they could change it. So all I can do is show the area that we're willing to concede to their design.
I've seen a lot of better plans for this same kind of work. I've seen plans in my previous that I haven't done them myself, but I've seen owners who provide much better information to their boards or commissions that would present this type of project much clearer.
All right, so you're gonna add a couple notes there?
Be happy to take
Relative
those conditions, certainly.
All right. And get us a copy of the new plan, this plan revised, and I'd appreciate if we could see what you come up with.
So is that a suggestion of a continuance or a suggestion of notes to be added to a plan to be filed with the commission?
I'm okay with you, if you can provide a plan for us that updates some of those concerns, such as the loaming and seeding, and maybe change the note, instead of saying existing dwelling, second story addition, something like that, and then the pros addition with the basement and, with the basement.
Three things. Three conditions.
Okay, then I would respectfully ask that this matter be continued until your January. What, pardon?
I thought they were gonna do it.
Is that what you were pointing to, Michael, or
Conditional order.
were those a conditional order?
Well, no, my opinion, I'm not opposed to closing the public hearing.
Okay. That's
Um,
fine.
I would like to see that information, and if between now and the next meeting, would you be getting a building permit?
Yeah. You could apply for a building permit. He's
I
asking.
don't know the
But
answer
you
to
could-
that.
Yes, we could.
Between now and the next meeting, was the question, could we have this done? Chris says he can have this
Monday.
Monday or Tuesday.
All right, so what's the, to the commission, what's the wish of the commission? You willing to close this public hearing?
To the
Yes.
chair, is there any, Lucia, is there anybody else in the public that wants to speak?
Anyone? I saw a hand, but then it went down. There's no one in the audience right now. I see a city councilor. I don't know if he wants to speak or if he's just here to listen. But the two people that were in the audience are, they both spoke and they have the ability to raise their hand again.
All right, to the chair, I think I think it's time to, I don't see any reason to delay this as far as, having them, I think we should make it a condition of to add the notes that we're requesting. I just don't see that what continuing this is gonna do.
Right, I agree.
Plus, we have like 17 things on the agenda. I think we should close it.
Yeah. Motion to close the public hearing?
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay,
Okay.
the motion to close was made by Mrs. Harrop, seconded by Mr. Athos. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamuch,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed 8-0. Someone did just raise their hand. Mary Beth, you should have the ability to unmute. We did just close it though, so if there's more testimony, we are gonna have to open it again, but hold on.
Hi.
Mary Beth, you are muted.
There we go. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So all I'm asking is if we can put in the wording more of what he wants to do, because in your meeting notes, one says intent to demolish the aforementioned improvements, construct 2 buildings. Then the proposed work says 20 by 18 addition with the foundation. So if we could just make a specific, like, you're gonna just do the 20 by 18 addition with the second floor. That's
Yeah,
all I'm asking.
two-story addition on the right with a basement. And second floor addition to the existing dwelling.
Yes. Just because in the notes that you guys have, and even in the your meeting notes, it says like proposed multifamily dwelling and removal of the existing dwelling. So there's a lot that is different. So just to be on the right track. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, Mary Beth does actually bring up a good point. The NOI, the second page of the NOI, the description of the work is actually incorrect. When they redid the NOI application for this revised plan, they never changed that description, and it does say demo and rebuild. So obviously that'll be changed, and I don't know if I'm assuming DEP caught it. I know Bill Stansfield caught it. So through the chair, one more time, I'm real sorry. So if you guys, you're getting ready, it sounds like someone's probably going to be making a motion to issue a standard order of conditions 1 through 50 with the condition that the pool area is loam and seeded. And I'm hoping also that you guys are going to add the condition that the granite posts in the no disturb zone are in perpetuity. And then you are contingent on a revised plan, and that's where I get fuzzy. You want notes that say the basement, do you want the basement shown, or do you want a note?
We can just change the note and say proposed 2-story addition with basement.
Okay, so revise the note.
It's an addition, it's attached to the house. It's not a separate building. So it's a 2-story addition with a basement, and the main house, I'd like to just see second floor addition to that, and then where the pool areas will be loam and seeded. And I imagine you'll be maybe loam and seeding more because you're gonna cut that driveway in. And then, was there a detail on that trench drain? How did I?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
I see it.
left-hand corner of the plan.
Yeah, so the detail of the trench drain. So I think if we add those things, it'd be appreciated.
And we can and will.
I'd like to make a note too that the application has a notice of intent as a single family home, which it clearly is not, a multifamily.
It will be a multifamily.
Excuse me?
It's gonna be a multifamily. It's gonna be a 2-family home.
The application listed it as a single family home.
Well, the existing home is, but
the project is a multifamily development.
2-family, yes.
2-family.
So the project type checklist should be either commercial, industrial, or other, or something, not single family home.
Did we make that change here somewhere on page 2?
I suppose we can call it other, sure. We can make.
What are you gonna do?
We're gonna change number 9. I'll be happy to take 1 out. I will X number 9 other, and I'll put 2-family there.
I was referring to 7A on the project type list.
That's where I am, Mr. Vivaldi.
Okay, yeah. Take out
I've got 1 checked as a single family home because that's what we started with. I'll take that out. I will check box 9 under other, and in parentheses, I'll put 2-family home.
That sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mello, could we also update 6, as Lucia had pointed out? It just says removal of existing dwelling. Is there a way to just update that?
I believe we did that already.
Yeah, yes, well,
Okay.
I believe the one I changed, we did that, but yes, we'll send you over a new page with both those changes.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah. You know what you gotta do? Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Do this. Do you want this? No.
All right.
And is drive, what, there's no drive was, there's driveways. Maybe not drive was.
What do?
Under 6, the description there is not, is a typographical error.
I'll fix that also. Thank you.
Don't know. You said 6. I am 6. Okay. No.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion to approve with conditions?
Yes. Okay, so we have all our conditions now?
I believe so. Lucia, do you have what you need for that?
Yep, I wrote down the pool condition that the area needs to be loam and seeded, and that the post and rail fence, or is there a post and rail fence, or is it just granite markers?
Just granite markers, the fence exists.
That the granite markers and sign are to remain. Was there a detail on that sign of what it says, like environmentally no disturb zone?
There is at the top of the plan.
All right,
Yeah,
great. Just because I can't see it right now. So so those were the 2 conditions, and then to be held contingent on a revised plan. And I have written down that you guys want, oh boy, my notes. You want the pool condition on there. You want it to read 2nd story addition. And
Second story addition with
if
basement.
people are talking in the background, if you guys could like please mute yourself. I'm just gonna mute everyone. So those were the 2 main conditions: was the pool condition, the pool condition, the granite markers in perpetuity condition, and then contingent on a revised plan. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about waiting on this revised plan with those details, and I wrote down the time that you guys said them all because my handwriting is pretty bad right now. But it was something about the pool condition. You want them to write 2nd story addition on the building. A basement detail, is that what you guys said? Or just revise
naming addition with
revise the note. And there's already a trench detail, so you guys are okay with that, it sounded
Yeah.
like. So is there a second on that?
Somebody want to make a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so that motion to issue a standard order of conditions was made by Jamie, seconded by Leslie. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Oh, muted. No.
Green,
Yes.
Gathis,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamage,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that motion passes 7-1 with Mr. Vivaldi voting no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 4. It's a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Williams and Sparagus for JND Realty Real Estate
Is-
Solutions LLC. John DeCoulis, owner. The proposed project consists of the installation of a patio, paved driveway, landscape beds, and grading. Property is known as 24.5 North Central Street, map 64, lot 28 in the city of Peabody.
So John Kelty for the applicant, but I was told that I'll be working this evening with Thor Ackley, but he might have had a conflict, so if
I'm here,
Thor's
John.
not
I'm here,
here, we're
John.
gonna, he's here. Good, let's fire away.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thorson Akerley, professional wetland scientist with Williams and Sparages, representing Janney Realty. I'll share my screen here just to reorient the commission. This is an existing single-family house lot, about 15,000 square feet. John purchased the property in 2023 or so, and not a lot of work was done at that time, but recently he had performed some work in the rear yard to the driveway and in the front yard. Some of that work was done without a permit, and subsequently an enforcement order was issued, which required some action items by the commission. We've been in contact with Lucia throughout the process to make sure everything's been done appropriately and managed, as there were some exposed soils earlier on in the late summer. And John's done everything to meet those requirements to make sure the site's buttoned up before winter. As part of that enforcement order, the commission required that the applicant and property owner file an after-the-fact notice of intent for the activities that were done without a permit, and then the eventual proposed activities that they wanted to do at the property. And so that's where we are today. And so the plan in front of you tonight, we did make a couple small changes to it today. Lucia, in concert with Lucia, she had met with the applicant at the property recently and had a couple suggestions. We tried to get the plan turned around as fast as possible, and I'll highlight those changes. I know you haven't had much of a chance to look at them, but I will explain them as they were relatively minor. So again, we have an existing single-family house. In the existing condition, we have a gravel driveway along this side of the house, and in the front, mostly lawn areas, and the rear, predominantly lawn areas as well, along the side of the house. The backyard beyond this erosion control line and post and rail fence line had historically been maintained as lawn. But when Bill Manuel did a wetland delineation back in 2023, he had identified that a lot of that lawn area was in fact wetland due to the presence of hydric soils. A high groundwater table was evident. As such, the current property owner stopped maintaining the area, and it has grown back very well. So that is something we did want to at least highlight to the commission. This is a picture of what the quote unquote wetland looked like along the side of the house. You can see it was historically very maintained as lawn dating back to before 2023. As I explained, the property owner had done some work, which included excavating and adding some fill to expand the driveway along the side of the house here. They had removed some of the lawn in the backyard to adjust the grade slightly, and they had they started excavating out an area behind the house for a patio and a deck above the patio there. We have photos as well. I'm sure Lucia does too that she can share, but at present, right now, if you go out there, there's a exposed earth area behind the house here. This is where the patio would go, and then a deck right above that. And so in essence, it would have been great if they came to you before some of the items were caught, but I think the project is fairly straightforward, at least if it had been done in the correct sequence. All of the work is within well-established lawn. The driveway is the only piece of work that really expanded slightly closer to the wetland. The existing driveway was roughly up here. I can show you here. This was the location of the original driveway, and that's just to get a little more parking. There's really not much room to park more than 1 to 2 vehicles here. And then otherwise, again, it's just a patio right off the back of the house within lawn, and then a deck above that. So not a ton of activities, and everything was proposed within existing lawn. As part of the changes that I mentioned we recently made on the plan, we did add a 2 foot by 2 foot infiltration trench along the toe of that driveway to assist with any drainage and runoff coming down the driveway towards the wetland. Right here, we did revise the footprint of the driveway a little bit to widen out slightly in this area to allow just easier parking. Aside from that, I think that summarizes, the project for the most part. I should add that there were no trees that were impacted as part of the project. Everything was in lawn. I believe this is the only closest tree here, which is a 30-inch maple. And then one other small note is that aside from just bordering vegetated wetlands, we do have what Bill described in his report as a flowing ditch along the railroad here. And as such, under the PBD ordinance, Wetlands and Rivers Ordinance, it has a 200-foot buffer zone, which extends up to the rear of the house here, this line here. So I think that summarizes everything on our end, and I know the property owner and Mr. Kilty is here as well. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me, any questions from the commission?
Through the chair, have the footings for the patio been installed yet?
To my understanding, it's just exposed earth right now underneath the patio, and I don't believe any of the footings associated with the deck have been installed, unless I'm wrong, John or Jack.
I was muted. I said, I don't believe they are, but I haven't been up there and I think not.
Okay. I just wonder, this is just, if the soil is wet and muddy because it's a wetland area, will it sink? The patio, the deck?
Yeah, I don't expect it to. The wetland is more down by elevation 58. It comes up a little bit, maybe to elevation 59 in here, and the deck is up around elevation 62. So the footings for the deck should be fine there.
Okay. I think we talked about, I did go on a site visit there. I think we talked about having native plants at the border of the resource area where his lawn ends.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't see that in the enforcement order, and I think, if that's something the commission really wants, we can discuss that. But I know that I can show you a picture, I think, but this area, at least within the wetland, has grown in really well, and there's really not much lawn area to give up. But you could probably plant a row of something there if that's something the commission feels strongly about.
Yeah, but it's still haunting.
Okay, thank you.
Is there, through the chair, is there, I think through the chair, I'm the chair. Is there a detail for the trench? 2x4 infiltration trench? 2x2
Yep.
trench? Okay. Let me zoom back, zoom out. Oh, there it is. Okay. Very good. Okay, anybody else have any questions? If not, I'll open it up to the public.
Through the chair, there is also an enforcement order on this and later on the agenda, so we might want to discuss that next if the time comes, if you guys feel comfortable. But in that enforcement order, I believe it's the last condition, you guys, ask about, you ask for a bill of lading or something about the gravel he came on, so I think Thor can speak to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
Thank you.
and sorry for not giving that to you as part of the notice of intent. It was just something that slipped past all of us in the process, but we did get in touch with John before the meeting, and I had just emailed Lucia at least the the product slip from the company that he got it from. It was just crushed concrete, not necessarily gravel, but crushed concrete that was added along the the driveway extension portion of it. So we did send along at least an invoice, and it was at least a company that he got it from. It wasn't taken from someone's backyard or dump or anything, but it was a trucking company from New Hampshire.
Okay, good. Okay, if there's anybody, if nobody in the commission has any further questions, I'd like to open it up to the public.
I'm promoting someone now. They should be joining momentarily.
You guys hear me and see me okay?
Yep. Hi, Paul.
How are you? My name is Paul Stevens, 24 North Central Street. A couple things here with the plans. Let me pull them up on my side. I won't be able to share them with you, but I'll be able to possibly walk you through it. My first question or concern is we never got, or I've never got, a copy of or an evaluation from pre-grade and post-grade. So I don't know what the grades were before they did any work to the site, and I'm not really sure what the grades are now that they've already done the work. On the plans that were just submitted, it looks like they're the previous or the original grades, but nothing post-grade. It looks like they just overlapped new proposal onto old grade. So I don't even know how much damage has been done to the land or altered. With the alterations, I'll go into that, which I just found out, obviously, that new material. But on the right side of the property, it says, let me just pop it up real quick, I'm sorry. It says existing cliff. That whole area, that whole corner between the two properties, that was excavated. So that wasn't an existing cliff. That's a proposed cliff. In previous pictures that I've sent to the commission, that what it was before and what it is now and what they're proposing, they're all three different things. A slope is very different from a cliff. And,
No, that's chain link fence.
Where it is now, yeah, and that proposing says existing cliff, yeah.
But no, it's chain, the CLF stands for chain link fence.
Chain link fence.
Did I read it wrong? I'm sorry if I read it wrong.
There's an existing chain link fence. I'm assuming the
Okay,
chain
okay.
link fence is still there.
Okay, I read that wrong. I'm sorry. So there is erosion going on that side as well. I sent the pictures to the commission as well. It looks like it's starting to undermine the fence. It's starting to get close to the neighbor's driveway. There's most of it's covered by leaves now, but there's spots where there's so much, rain going through that area that it's starting to wash away even the leaves. So a couple of the pictures that I've taken shows that. And then on a proposal, I will use Ackerley, Mr. Ackerley. I'm sorry if I butchered your name a little bit. he showed a picture of the house prior to any work started. So when they first purchased the house, the left side of the house shows gutter system. The gutter system lie down flat on top of the ground, dispersing water on top of the ground. On this proposal, it's showing that there's an existing drain line. So that's just another inconsistency with their plans. There's another picture that I showed after they've started excavating and adding drains and stuff like that. I sent that to the commission as well. There's one where it shows in the back corner of the house, the back left side of the house, and it shows a third inconsistency there because of the pipe from where it's saying there's an existing drain, looks like it's right adjacent to the house, resting on the house, essentially the foundation. In one of the pictures I sent, the back left corner of the house, you could see the pipe as it goes into the ground, which is a new PVC pipe. It goes into a new PVC pipe in the ground. You can see the top of it exposed, and it's running towards the neighbor's yard. It's not running straight back. It's running towards the neighbor's yard. So I don't know if anybody's been there to actually evaluate what they've done as in for complete work. Yes, have they been there to check out general site work that's been done? Is there a hole here? Is there gravel in the driveway, which was supposed to be crushed stone, which I don't know if it's just been embedded in mud over time, or there's just a lot of things that were supposed to be that aren't, a lot of things that aren't supposed to be that are.
I visited the site with Lucia. Oh, sorry, through the chair. I visited the site with Lucia and Leslie, and thought it looked good. This was a couple weeks ago. Just needed the driveway, and we had some concerns over like the driveway runoff and everything, and Thor's gonna mitigate that issue with putting a drain in. But I was pretty impressed by the way the wetlands were brought back and everything, and yeah, just personally I was satisfied with the property. That's just me.
Can
I thought
anybody
they
speak?
hard on it.
It's just a question relative to that roof conduit coming down and going on. What is that? Somebody tell us where that goes?
Yeah, my understanding is that they outletted right behind the house where we show them. If they don't now, that is where they would propose to be outletted, to allow them to continue directing water towards the rear of the property where runoff would be going, in any normal storm event. So I think the intention was certainly not to direct it at a neighbor, but to show those roof drains outletting, towards the back of the property where it slopes towards the wetland. It's generally clean water from the roof.
Would they have any riprap to China?
With those that roof conduit, the piece that when it enters the ground and it goes into a PVC pipe and it's heading and let's say it's heading towards the back of the yard, is that supposed to daylight? Is the plan to have that pipe daylight, or is it going into a dry well?
Yeah, it's proposed to daylight. Yes.
Okay, but it doesn't now?
I'll let John answer that one. I don't know for certain if these already daylight to the back. I know the roof drains go underground. And the intention is to outlet them to the back, but I don't know if they do that already or not.
Mm-hmm.
John is joining as a panelist now, so he should be unmuting soon.
Hi, guys. Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes?
Great. Yeah, so those drain lines are there. There's, if you go to the property, there's two stakes. We put stakes in the ground exactly where they end, so we knew where they were. And those are just to divert all of the roof water. So it doesn't go to the side of the house, it goes to the back of the house.
Okay, and it daylights, does it daylight or intends to daylight?
I'm not sure what you mean by daylight. I'm sorry.
Is the pipe underground and it just stays underground, or does it come out to a point when, as the site
It is underground.
grades down?
Underground.
And where's it going to? Just nowhere?
It stops right where those are right there with screens on the end.
With screens on the end? Okay.
Underground, John?
Underground, yes.
But John,
So what are the soils in the area where the pipe is, where the roof conduits are being recharged into the ground, which is a good thing. What are the soils there? Is it gonna dissipate? Is it gonna work?
That's all going to work right there because right after those stop right there, that
Mhm.
all goes, it all pitches down into the wetlands. That's why we brought them back that far.
Okay.
Through the chair, while we were at the site visit, we also saw that he added netting screening to preserve the loom and the seating that he did. And it looked pretty good to me too, Amanda.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Lucia could pull up one of the pictures that I sent that had the PVC pipe going into the ground in the back left corner. You can
Yeah, I
see
saw
in the
it.
picture that that's not an existing pipe. That's brand new PVC.
So
And
Paul,
that's
Paul.
not going straight back. That's diverting left at least 2 feet off of the house.
So
And
Paul,
before it goes back
we
underground.
installed those drain lines, but
Yep.
when we hired this engineer, they were there already. So as far as they're concerned, they're existing because when they showed up, that's how it was. So that's why it's getting put on the plan as existing. I'm not trying to say that I didn't put those in there. I did put those in there. And I've said that to everyone that I installed those lines. But according to the engineering, they have to put existing drain line because when they showed up, it was already there.
Right, I even understand that, but we have no way to know if that's the exact path they took. Was that the exact dimensions of the
It
drain
is the
line?
exact dimension
previous-
because that's where I put it and I drew those lines on that plan.
So at the back of the house, when it diverts, it looks like a 45. When it diverts a 45 going towards the neighbor to the left.
There's no
That-
45 at the end of that. That just goes straight down and straight back. All the water that comes off the roof goes into the drain line. It's like a French drain. It goes into the drain line and then goes to the back of the house. Nothing
How-
goes off to the sides.
And how deep is that gonna be in the ground?
Honestly, I don't know. It's already in there. I don't know exactly how deep it is. I assume it's probably 3 to 4 feet down.
I would love to I sent Lucia a picture. And I won't be able to share it on my screen because it's not saved to my computer. I have it on my phone. This is that back corner. You can see the line going down to the ground, and then at 45, it's 45 and towards the neighbor's house. The picture's inverted right now because it's going through a camera, but that's a 45 towards
Well,
the
it's
neighbor's
just
property.
it's just going outside of where the patio is, so that we didn't dig it up later or put anything through it. There's a
Right, but that's-
stake. There's a stake in the back you live 2 houses over, right? Not
I
one
do,
house
yep.
over, you live 2 houses over, right? Not 1, 2. You can
2.
walk over there and see there's 2 stakes in there. And if you want to go back there with a shovel and dig it up, please do so. And you see it right
I
there.
believe you. I believe you. That's
Then-
where you're
then why
going.
are you
My-
showing the picture?
My point is the inconsistency in your plans. You can't say it's an existing drain.
Well, I'm not a big
when you
corporation,
just said-
Paul. I
when
don't
you
have a
just
ton
said
of
it
money.
diverts.
I don't have a ton of money to make a perfect exact plan
I
for this
get it.
conservation committee. I
But
only
you
have
gotta
enough money to do
propose
what I
that
did here.
you altered it to go around a patio. It's not existing. You've altered the drainage system to go around what you're proposing.
I didn't alter it. I installed it.
You installed it. So you altered the original.
Paul, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Do you think that water from my yard is magically going to go upgrade into your yard?
No, it's going to go downgrade into my yard. That's the problem.
How could it go downgrade into your yard? Your yard is much higher than mine.
My yard is not much higher than yours. My yard is not higher than yours at all.
Lucia, can you chime in here on this, please? Where we stood down there and we all looked, the 3 of us, Lucia, Leslie, I'm sorry, the other one's name, where we looked at the elevations and saw clearly that I am the bottom of the bowl here, and that no water from my yard can go into the right neighbor or left neighbor's yard. Also, you're 2 houses over from me. How could the water in my yard possibly get into your yard?
All 3 properties share the wetland. There's wetland in all 3 of our yards.
Where you built your little shed back there, right on top of the wetland, you mean there?
Yeah, where the previous owners built the shed 30 years ago, yes.
I'm just saying, Paul,
I get it. I get what you're
just don't
trying to
understand.
do. And I'm just trying to get your property not to damage my property.
Sure.
That's it. Your
What can I
concept,
just-
this is your property, your proposals are all taking buffer zone away from the properties. You're taking the property, the buffer zone, from doing its natural process of managing water.
So
and in return,
I just hired an engineer. So hold on one second.
Through the chair,
Excuse me. Yeah, excuse me.
Can we have my engineer chime in and say, is what I'm doing gonna do any damage to the neighbor's yard? Because that's why we hired him, right? To figure that out, and here's the plan. So is that what's happening or not?
Yeah, thanks, John. I think if you look at it before the roof drains were installed, there's still the same amount of water coming off the house. And there's a reason why that it takes 4 houses or more to be subject to, DEP stormwater management standards. It's even if you're directing a little more water towards the rear via the drains, it's still helping it get away from the neighbor right next door. And that same water is still infiltrating into the ground and still contributing to the wetland behind the house. So I think just with that logic alone, I would have a hard time believing that it impacted the neighbors. And I apologize for not clearly explaining the drain outlet part of it, but they are shown on our plan as drain outlets. We could have written existing, instead we just wrote drain outlets. But that's what was there per the owner, and they go around that that patio area. So whether the groundwater recharges the way it always has, with the runoff coming down a gutter that discharges right next to the house, or it discharges a little further back towards the wetland, I personally would have a hard time believing that it would impact the neighborhood, and that wetland is also fairly large too.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Through the chair. So I just want to make sure I understand. The changes to the property. There's a proposed deck with a patio beneath it, and the driveway has been enlarged in size, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been any changes to the house?
No.
Okay, so the same amount of water is coming off the roof. It always came off the roof. The driveway has been increased, which is going to increase the speed of the water going down the driveway. Okay, and so that there is going to be some kind of increase in acceleration of water going into the wetland. It probably isn't any different in the amount, but it's still gonna increase the amount that's going into the back wetland.
Right, and we've got that stone trench right there at the back of the driveway to mitigate that.
Okay, so again, and that wasn't there beforehand.
No.
Okay. You guys can argue all you want.
Yeah,
I
tend to,
I don't think this is the place to argue.
no,
if-
I concur that.
I think that I think if we make the patio a pervious patio, the very little, from what I can see, there's very little change to this property. I'm not, and I'm not, I hate when people come and ask for forgiveness versus doing it the right way. But at this point, I don't see what we're arguing about.
Right, because we've added probably, I don't know, 20 feet to the driveway. But at the end of the driveway, there's the stone infiltration trench.
That wasn't
That's
there
good.
before.
It wasn't there before, so that's gonna pick that up. Granted, maybe in the wintertime when it ices up, it wouldn't function, it would just go right across the grass and into the wetland. But certainly in good weather, that the trench should work. And with regard to the patio, I agree, Bruce, with pervious material there, pervious pavers, something to that effect. Looking at the photos and looking at the topography, clearly the elevation along the foundation of the building pitches from the sidelines to the building. So the water runoff is running towards the building and then heading out the back. So I think you've probably done pretty much most you can do for this site. I think you've done, you've carved out the wetland that's been reestablished that should function as a wetland now. The amount of grass and backyard has been reduced. So I don't know what else we could do with this site. As far as those roof drains, putting them in a dry well might help, but it looks like the water's running out to the back anyways.
What if they were to, Thor can advise a little bit more, but have those outlets, the drain outlets, if they're gonna be underground, then they, maybe some sort of like, something like a leaching field pipe that would have openings on the bottom so that, but small perforated openings, like a leaching pipe.
Yeah.
I believe that's what he said is already there.
Is that what is being proposed? Or would it just be a solid pipe that have one circumference or diameter opening at the very end?
That's what it is, I believe. At least from the photo that I could see with that piece of pipe, the part that's exposed, it just looks like solid, probably 4-inch PVC.
So
but
that's why I'm
if-
suggesting that maybe something like a leaching pipe that would have a perforated bottom.
That would mean he would have to dig it up because it's already in there.
Oh.
I respectfully don't think it would make much of a difference. I think it's also going to be close to the groundwater table where it is now, 3-4 feet underground.
Right.
Maybe you pick up a little bit of extra leaching, but
You mind if I point out two more areas, please?
Okay.
So you look at the property to the right from this, which is pre-existing numbers, 68 feet. Once you get to where their patio is proposed, 62 feet. Once you get to the
Right.
left side of the property, 60 feet. So the grade is going downwards towards my house. It's going downwards to the neighbor's house, which continues to go further downward towards my house. If anybody from the commission would like to come to my house and look at it from my point of view, my perspective, I've added pictures of what my yard looks like in late fall, early spring, of the amount of water in my yard. And you'll
Well,
be able to visually see the grades.
Well, I'm not, you live there and you know, you're the one who's experiencing the flooding or all that water as many places.
Yeah, it's not just me saying it, it's the,
But I'm looking, but
the
look,
map proposed
but I'm
showing.
looking at I'm looking at the contours. The contours on the plan indicate that the water flows, it's almost directed. It's almost directed at 24 and a half.
So it has a rare left pitch, which goes into the wetland.
Yeah, right. It goes, exactly. So it looks like nothing that, right now, the proposed work that's been currently done and where my understanding of where we stand now, if in fact with the silk fences running across the property, the back of the property, right before the wetland flags, if no work is going to be done beyond that, and that the wetland is going to be left to establish itself, I don't see any of the water on this site doing anything different than it's doing now. The grades show that it runs down to the back as it hits towards the back of the property. Then the grade does at elevation 56. It kind of continues straight and kind of spills around into James and Kimberly Bates property, where it kind of just settles in there. That's the low spot. But that's just the existing ground right now. So I really don't see major impacts to the abutters from the work that's being proposed now. I don't see how that's going to make anything worse. It's still the same building footprint.
Which I agree. There,
Excuse me, Paul, Mr. Stevens, through the chair. When you experience flooding, have you experienced flooding?
Absolutely, every year.
And does it go, how far up on your property does it go? Does it go up to your home?
Pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. I sent a couple
Okay.
pictures to the chair. So there was a pool. I removed the pool just to have more surface area for
Right.
evaporation.
So maybe you're,
And that's my concern. That's my concern with that property, is by them adding a driveway that goes all the way down back, a patio, all this material. They're just taking the natural process away from the land itself. And once you take that away, that water can't, if that's not participating in the environment anymore, all the water that dissipated throughout the year is going somewhere, and it's not staying on that property. It's moving into the neighbor's property. If it goes into the back of their yard, into the swamp area rises and goes into other people's property. It's a chain of event that just by nature, you squeeze the balloon here, it goes there. And the more water that they prevent their property from participating in, the more water we have to deal with on our end. The properties around here have already been to the left of my property, it's a 6 condo unit. It's about 1.5 to 2 feet in some areas above my land. My land's in a bowl. James and Kimberly Bates' land is in a bowl. And then 24.5 is in a bowl. Next to them, they were allowed, to the right of the proposed property, they were allowed to build a huge driveway in the back. We're in a giant bowl. All 3 properties understood that we have to deal with this water together. And now one of the somebody buys it to sell it to turn a profit, and he doesn't care about it. Whoever he stiffs it, just buys the property, they have to deal with it. I have to deal with it. Kimberly has to deal with it. It was a shared understanding that all 3 properties have to understand this, that we have to live with this reality.
it seems like he has mitigated a lot of the problems.
The problems are still there. The water's still there. All he did was, I put a drain in. Yeah, a drain's a drain. I put a big driveway. Well, now you just took surface area that can't participate in the buffer zone, which is why it's called a buffer zone. It's part of the system. It's part of the ecosystem. It's natural processes. And that's why there's laws around what you can and cannot do in a buffer zone, just like, in the wetland itself. We need that buffer zone to participate in water rising and water settling, just like it naturally does.
Through the chair, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Well,
Second.
we could have porous paving. Could ask for porous paving to help where the other driveways just regular asphalt. If they use porous paving, that would help to promote recharge, under the driveway also.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If there's a system where that buffer zone can still participate in diminishing water, that's perfectly fine. That's nothing part of the proposals though. If that's a real solution, that's a solution. That's not taken away from the environment doing its thing. That's not forcing that water into other people's land because it's able to manage it on its own.
Mr. Chairman, could I add a couple things?
Sure.
Mr. Stevens, I understand your concern here. I think it's valid, right? You guys have a low-lying area, but I think a couple points here that are very important to make is that the water is coming off of the street towards the rear of the property already. Whether it's a driveway or whether it's ground, the water is still making it into the groundwater table, and it's still going to that low point. Whether it's a driveway, whether it's grass, the water is still going back there. Yes, the velocity may increase a little bit because of the pavement, but we've proposed an infiltration trench. I also want to add that by the current property owner not maintaining that lawn area in the rear of his property, he's added a 2,500 square foot vegetated wetland. That alone is a massive improvement for the uptake of water in the rear of the yard, the management of water, the stability of the soils. I think that will result in an improvement, maybe not until the area is grown in more, but if you and the neighbor were to plant more wetland species like that, what will grow in the back of John's property, I think you'll see an improvement there. It looks like both you and the neighbor it's just lawn back there, which really doesn't help uptake water at all, surface water at all. So I don't want that to be lost on the commission and everyone. And, Mr. Stevens, I think that'll be a really noticeable improvement over the years too.
Yeah, we had it was grown out back there for a long time, and all it did was prevent the sun from hitting the ground and drying it up. By us removing it, making it grass, we actually get, 5-6 months where it's dry, where it's usable, where the swamp isn't, where the wetland isn't growing. We're allowing sun to get in there. When it's overgrown, the shadows prevent the water from evaporating. And that's, yes, you're still going to have water flowing backwards to the resource area with a low lying area. But what it does when the groundwater rises and it goes into that buffer zone, anything under that paved ground, anything under the pavers, anything under that, it's going to be an insulated layer where evaporation isn't going to occur. And then we have to wait for everything a lot further back in the yard to start drying up before we start getting that buffer zone to do its natural thing and releasing water, more and more water into the wetland. The buffer zone is just a time release where water rises under the buffer zone, and then as it settles, as it constricts, the water flows backwards into the wetlands. You're taking that portion out where evaporation and vegetation species are utilizing water.
All right, through the chair.
Yes.
I hate to cut this off, but I think your suggestion of asking the applicant to put a pervious driveway in will make the patio pervious. At that point, there's no change. We now have an infiltration trench as well as a pervious driveway. At that point, there's no change to anything that has been done to the property, and it should satisfy the owner it should satisfy the abutters, and I don't know what else we could possibly do.
The, also, at the, on the plan, where it shows the existing silk fence with compost logs, the line with the circles, is that a fence?
Sorry, yes, part of Lucia's suggestion on the plan revision was to add a post and rail fence with wetland markers along
Yeah.
the rear yard, just to delineate the yard from the wetland.
So I think the property owners demonstrated that they're basically giving, they're giving up their backyard for that wetland to continue to reestablish. They're cutting off access. They're not gonna be going back there and loaming and seeding that whole backyard again. It's going back to a wetland. I think this plan is an acceptable plan. I don't see much else that you could ask somebody to do. Especially if they're willing to put porous pavement, and the patio would be porous material patio blocks that that can provide the water to drain through to the ground. I don't know what else you really can do here. So Paul, I appreciate your effort. You've been right there with us all the way. We stopped something that could have happened before. We got it back to the existing building again. We got the wetlands established in the backyard, and they're gonna mitigate some surface runoff by putting an infiltration trench, and we could ask to change the plan to be porous pavers and a porous patio. I think
Yeah, if there's no impervious material, as long as that buffer zone's able to participate. I've never had an issue with, my only issue is where's that water going? And if that water can still participate on that property, if that property can still manage its own water.
It's going the same place that everybody in the neighborhood is going. All the water that's running on your property is going to the same place as the water from this property is going to the same place.
And as long as that buffer zone can act like my buffer zone or Kim's buffer zone, and it's not just essentially paved over or patioed over.
No, but I think this property has actually made an improvement to the buffer zone. They've reestablished this wetland. And they've actually carved that out from their property. Well, they basically giving up use of that wetland. They're putting a fence across, and it's gonna stay like that. There's no loam, there's no lawn, no lawn there. It's back to nature. I really have to concur that this plan, I think, is acceptable plan. Certainly an improvement from where we started when this project first came to us.
I agree with you, Mr. Rizzo.
So we have a big agenda. We really have to move on.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Again, Paul, you have the right to appeal. The right to appeal.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I think we've done a pretty good, I think they've done a pretty good job of getting it back to where it was.
And I hope that how it's being explained and the function that it's proposed that it's going to do does, or it's going to fall on the next homeowner, because like this is just a sale property. Any damage caused from the point of the sale on will be the next person's problem, not this person's problem.
Yeah,
and that's not fair.
If I could do one more, if I could add one more thing, is where the post and rail fences, is the property owner willing to put up a couple placards that say, it's wetland anyways, but just notices, so whoever lives there, a no disturb zone beyond that point.
I will do anything you want me to do to close this public hearing.
So we could add that as a condition that those, there'll be placards on the post for the post mill fence that said, you know, disturb zone.
No disturb
No,
zone.
yeah, no disturb zone, no filling, no dumping your leaves and all kind of stuff like that, and your grass clippings from whatever lawn you have left. That should stay natural.
One other thing, these numbers, I'm pretty sure these numbers are pre-excavation. We never got the post-excavation, which was one of the orders of enforcement orders.
The excavation was only pulling the top lawn off. There was no digging, there was no excavation except for where the patio is. Everything
I
exactly
submitted
the same.
pictures that show that's not true. It's over 2 feet in some areas in the back that are lower.
Yeah, well, the patio is.
Well,
Yeah, so they're
there was severe excavation. I don't have, so even these numbers that we're looking at right now, we're making decisions based on what it used to be, not what it currently is.
Well, where the patio is going is where that area that was excavated out. The material that's gonna go back in there to bring it to grade and put the pervious pavers is gonna be good pervious material. Material that allows infiltration. So it's better. Now we have a better opportunity to make sure that that material that goes inside that area is going to be good pervious material with porous pavers. It's better than before. So,
Through the chairman, just to move things along. So far I
Yeah.
have that you guys are asking for a revised plan because these shouldn't just be conditions. It should be on a revised plan. And then you can also put the conditions in there, but you want the no disturb markers. Typically it says environmentally sensitive area, no disturb, no dumping. You
Yeah.
also want, this is where we ask Mr. DeCoulis, it sounded like he just said, I'll do anything. So does that mean that you will revise the plan to show a permeable patio and driveway?
I certainly can do whatever you guys want me to do, as I have, as we've been going along through this whole
Yeah.
thing. We are getting to a point where the ground is going to freeze, and I really want to build that deck and that patio before we get there. Is there any way we can make them stipulations? I can still bring in a revised plan, but do we need to go through to another meeting?
For me, like that's up to the board, but if they want to vote contingent on it, I would need a revised plan before if they close it tonight, I need the revised plan before I'm issuing any order of conditions. And also just to touch, I understand, the neighbors are upset about the flooding and stuff, but there is an appeal process. Their work is allowed in the buffer zone under 310 CMR and under chapter 32 as well. So it is buffer zone. I understand that, of course, that the buffer zone is valuable, but this is existing lot, and what the chairman said, reminder, this used to be a grass area. They could have kept mowing it, like the other people in the neighborhood. So it shouldn't just be, and I mean no disrespect by saying this, it shouldn't just be this one property that has to make sure that no one floods. Other people have the ability to plant plants on their property as well that would have larger root systems than just grass. So there is an appeal process if the abutters wanted to. It's a direct abutter or any 10 abutters or residents in the city of Peabody, something like that. If they want to appeal the order, they can, and then it would be up to DEP to determine if they're going to intervene or if they're going to, accept the Peabody Concom's order of condition. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. Okay, I think we gotta move on here. I would like to have a motion, or would like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
second?
Okay, that motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamuch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed 8-0.
Okay, do I have a motion to issue an order of conditions?
So moved.
Second.
I missed who
Second.
seconded that,
You can give it to Amanda.
Amanda?
Okay,
Would you guys add conditions that the post and rail fence and the no disturb zone signs shall remain in perpetuity? To
Yes.
contingent, to be held contingent on a revised plan being submitted showing no disturb markers and permeable patio and driveway on the revised plan, and then we're of course gonna need a detail of that as well.
yes. The
Yes,
detail of both, the
speci-
detail of the
specifically
patio
needed.
and the detail of the driveway. Okay.
Yeah, we can get that turned around quick.
Okay, and so the standard conditions 1 through 50 and the ones we just wrote, the ones that we just repeated.
All right, so it's contingent, that motion that Bruce made, Amanda seconded, is contingent on it's being held until a revised plan showing the no disturb markers, the no disturb zone plaques on the plan, as well as the permeable patio and driveway shown on the plan and details for both. Correct? If so, I'm gonna go
Yes.
ahead and do a roll call.
Wait a minute. Through the chair, one more thing. I want, this is, because this is so controversial, I hate to do this to you, Lucia, but somebody's got to be able to, someone, and I'll do it, I don't care. Someone's got to go out and inspect that they're putting a pervious patio in to the detail,
Yeah,
and that they're putting the driveway in to the detail.
yeah,
It's normally something I'll go out with after, and I'll bring a bottle of water and I dump the water on it, and if it doesn't go in, they have to prove to me otherwise, and it should show
That's fine.
on.
That's fine. That's fine.
You can an as-built plan, then
That's
I
fine.
would add the condition that an as-built plan is required.
That's fine.
yeah. Okay. Roll call.
Yep, I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys, I don't have an
It's
assistant.
okay.
Sympathy. All right, so that is 1 through 50. Hold revised plan. We already discussed that. 51, the post and rail fence and no disturb sign shall remain in perpetuity, and an as-built plan is required for a certificate of compliance. Made by Bruce, seconded by Amanda. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
No.
Green,
Yes.
Gaithis,
Yes.
Pomack,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamuch,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 7-1 with Vivaldi voting no. And to the neighbor, Mr. Stevens, I do just want to say that there is an appeal process. So if you are looking to appeal it, please email me tomorrow, and then that way I will know to forward you the order of conditions, and then there's going to be a 2-page paper after the order of conditions, and I cannot help you with that. No one in the city can help you with that because you are ultimately suing the city. But it's pretty easy. You'll have to read it and figure it out yourself.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Paul, for all your time.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 4. It's a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Edward and Kristen Neary, the owners. The proposed project consists of an addition to an existing single-family home. The property is known as 54 Linden Road, map 116, lot 75 in the city of Peabody.
I promoted the owners to panelists. They should be coming on soon.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Well, how are you?
Good.
I also want to, before we start, I'm going to introduce Christopher Crump, who is my architect, who will also actually be giving you the specifics on what we're looking to do. But before I pass it over to Chris Crump, I am going to just give you a 1-minute history of this. 54 Linden Road, my parents bought this house and moved in December 1st of 1963. My father passed away in 91. My mother lived here for 5 additional years, and my wife and I bought it and moved in January 1st of 1996. So I've been here within these 4 walls for 62 years. So having said that, what we're trying to do is add an addition. We have an existing garage in Breezeway that is actually going to come down and put up a smaller structure as a living room, if you will, because we're moving my mother-in-law in. She lives in West Peabody, and we want to bring her under our roof. So we're extending the house a little bit so we can have our own living area and she will have hers. So in a nutshell, that's what we're looking to do. And at this point, I'm going to pass it over to Chris Crump, and he can give you all the particulars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Crump of CWC Design, representing the Near East this evening. So as Ted mentioned, we're taking down the existing right wing of the house and putting on a new 20 by 20 addition. And of course, it encroaches upon is Spring Pond. So that's why we're here in front of you today. The addition that we're going to have is about, as you know, there's the Spring Pond Trail that goes right along the pond there that has impervious pavement on it, I believe. So there is that obstruction between our property and the pond that any erosion or anything of that sort would have to go over in order to get into the pond already. Also, there is a fence line, a chain link fence line that goes along the nearest property and along the rail trail, around that trail, that would block and hinder any large pediments or elements going into not only the trail, but also through another fence and into the pond. So we would be happy to put a silk screen fence along that chain link fence, just to make sure that there is no wind blown or erosion that might go onto the actual trail. That's not a big deal. But other than that, I don't see any other issues that might hinder the preservation of any conservation lands on it. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize my video was off. Sorry about that.
Does anybody have any questions from the board?
Yes, is the size of the addition is how big?
The size of the addition is 20 by 20. The right-hand side doesn't go further past the existing structure, but it is pulled forward a bit. So the right front corner will be closer to the property line than the existing structure. But we're talking probably about 3 or 4 feet, maybe, if that. And we're still inside the setbacks on the right-hand side.
Thank you.
And on just a note, I'm sorry, also, we did already have this approved from ZBA, because we're also putting a front porch on the house that goes into the front setback, a covered front porch.
Through the chair, so you'll be giving up your garage, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, are you planning on rebuilding a garage at any point?
No.
Okay, and I saw that there were flags there today, because I looked at the property, because I was wondering exactly where it would be. And how will any trees be cut?
No.
Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry not to interrupt, but there is a line of trees along the fence line that are existing right now as well that will impede anything that comes off the property and into the trail.
Okay, and that's it's technically called Lower Spring Pond.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not a Peabodyian, so I'm not familiar with the terms on there, but I'm familiar with the town, but not to that extent.
Yeah, well, I know Kristen and Ted, and I know how much you treasure the pond, so I'm sure you're gonna take care of it, but the erosion controls, I think are necessary. The silt fence would be good.
Absolutely.
I don't see any issues at the site. It looks like you're not changing the grade any.
No.
So, looks pretty straightforward to me.
The existing bituminous driveway will remain, as that's where all the parking is.
Yep.
It'll be a little bit shorter because the addition comes forward, but other than that, oh no, actually it's about the same. So it'll be about the same. That doesn't change at all.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other questions from the board? If there aren't any, is there any open it to the public? If anybody have any questions or want to discuss this?
If anyone's in the
Um,
public, please raise your hand now. I do not see any hands raised, but I will let you guys know if one comes up as you continue talking.
All right. This is pretty straightforward as far as I'm concerned, so if there's no more questions from the public and the commission doesn't have any more questions, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Have a second?
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Derek. 1 second. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Valdi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamunch,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so it's closed 8-0.
Okay, do I have a motion to issue an order of conditions?
Motion to issue an order of conditions.
Second.
Give it a second. So,
The motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Jamie.
conditions 1 through 50, and just a condition with regard to the existing pool, that if you ever drain the pool down, there's requirements for draining the pool down, so that you let the chlorine stay in for 7 days prior to pumping, because usually you might have to pump it down to get it to the bottom of the skimmer.
Mhm.
That kind of thing. So you just follow the rules for a swimming pool, and I think that'd be it.
I think you wanted to add the silt fence as well, sir.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, and the erosion controls, yes, silt fence.
When are you planning on beginning the work?
As soon as possible.
As soon as you get the permit, this has been a 1.5-year process.
Okay.
If we can get if we can get the foundation in this before it freezes, then that would be great, and we intend to do so. If not, then unfortunately, we'd have to
Spring.
reap the repercussions and wait until spring.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the erosion controls are a silt sock.
Okay, you want an erosion control? You want a sill sock and a silt screen, or
I don't know
just
if
a
you
sill
need
screen?
that. I don't know, I think the silt sock should be sufficient.
Okay, whatever you guys prefer.
Yeah.
Could I just say something, Mr. Rizzo? I think a
Sure.
silt fence would be appropriate because it's going to be blowing. And with the sock, it's just going to be on the bottom. So I think
Okay,
a
yeah.
fence would be more appropriate.
Yeah, that would probably, so the debris would be caught, anything from the
Yeah.
construction. Okay,
That works.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, I'm sorry, is that for both, or just for silt fence, or just for the erosion sock, or?
Through the chair, I would suggest not just a silt fence because
Yeah.
in order for a silt fence on its own to be valuable, it
You
would
gotta
need to
bury
be
it.
towed in, and then he's gonna have to like cut up his ground. It's much
Yeah.
easier if they take the silt log and we'll put the silt fence down and then put the compost log on top of it.
Understood.
Okay.
So just modify the detail, put a note, silt sock and silt fence.
Good,
And I think we'd be good to go.
awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so I do need to do a roll call. So are you asking for a revised plan? Because that may be very hard for Mr. Neary to get.
I can
We'll
write
just
it
put
on
it-
there, but I know.
I mean,
So
I can just add a condition and,
Yeah,
and
just
we
put it
can
in-
find, I'm sure I can find a generic detail and plop that on there.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
just
great.
put it in the condition. The-
All right.
The erosion controls will be a combination of silt sock and silt fence, period.
Well, fence. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I got it. I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
What was the distance from the wetlands generally, the general distance from the closest part of the house?
It's 16 feet from the corner of the proposed addition to the property line. I don't
Yep.
know the distance from the property line over the spring, the rail trail and into the
it's
water, to
about,
be honest with you.
it's approximately 60 feet.
Oh, so that's 60 feet is to the edge of the wetland,
Yeah.
edge of the water line?
It looks like from the property line to the edge of the pond is about 60 feet.
Okay. So, yeah, just curiosity, yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamunch,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 8-0, and I do have 21 days, guys. Sorry, and I'll probably be right on that 21 days drafting it. I'll try to get it out faster, but I do have 21 days.
Perfect. No
All right.
worries.
And thank you, Lucia. You've been excellent helping us through this, and I really appreciate all your support.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I thank you all very much.
And thanks to the board too as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Thank you.
folks.
Have a good night.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 6. It's a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by DeRosa Environmental Consultants, Jordan Folds, for MARE Holding LLC, David Cutler, resident and agent. I think you're the owner also. Proposed project consists of the construction of a driveway for existing single-family home and removal of existing driveway. Property is known as 36 Avon Street. So this particular petitioner, there's actually 3 properties. So maybe we could take up all 3 at the same time, maybe save some time and maybe talk about them collectively. So is that something we can do?
Yes, hi, I'm Jordan Folds with DeRosa Environmental Consulting, and I was hoping to open all 3 at the same time and discuss them together.
Okay, so the other, if I could just read the other 2 then, item number 7.
Through the
is,
chair. Through the chair,
yes.
Mike. You know, these 3 different properties with similar issues, but again, the neighbors are different in all 3. So I don't
Yeah.
want to like just clump everyone together because each one has their own issues to be addressed. So
Okay,
I agree we can discuss generally, you know, but I don't want to have people be like clumped in together and not have their issues addressed properly.
okay. But I think if we're gonna discuss another property, I think you have to read it. I have to read the notice.
I'm not sure why they're all clumped together.
Through the chair, they're all 3 contiguous properties. They're all the abutters are all the same abutters, I would imagine. So you should definitely vote separately, but the riverfront mitigation is all tied together. But I'm gonna let Jordan take it.
But
Yes.
I need to read the other properties then. If we're gonna discuss them, I need to read this. So I need to read number 6, 7, and 8. I'm okay with discussing them together. It's actually a benefit to discussing them together because you can kind of like see the whole big picture and how where, what's existing and what's all being proposed. So it might be best to discuss it together, even though there are 3 separate public hearings under 3 separate notices of intent. But I don't want to discuss another property without at least reading the notice. So item number 7 is a public hearing on a notice submitted by DeRosa Environmental for Jordan Folds for MARE Holding, David Cutler, resident agent. Proposed project consists of the construction of a 2-family home and associated utilities. It is known as 0 Avon Street, map 95, lot 17F in the city of Peabody. And item number 8, which is also a public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by DeRosa Environmental Consultants, Jordan Folds for MARE Realty LLC, David Cutler, resident agent. Proposed project consists of the renovation of an existing garage to a single-family home and renovation of existing driveway. The property is known as 21 Pleasant Street, map 95, lot 170G in the city of Peabody. Okay.
What's that sound? Someone,
Yeah, people really need to mute themselves.
I don't know what that is.
Sounds like someone's washing their hands.
So, as I stated, my name is Jordan Folds with DeRosa Environmental Consulting. I'm a professional wetland scientist. And if Brendan Pyburn could also be added as a panelist, he's the engineer for the project with Bobreck Engineering, and he can answer any technical questions. I'm just going to share my screen because I prepared a presentation for us. So we're proposing 3 notice of intent for 36 Aborn Street, 0 Aborn Street, and 21 Pleasant Street. And the existing resource areas on site are riverfront area associated with Strongwater Brook. We have bordering vegetated wetland in the associated 100-foot buffer zone. And we want to emphasize that no work is proposed within the FEMA 100-year flood zone. So first I'm going to discuss 36 Aborn Street. The existing conditions are there's a single family home and an existing paved driveway. This image below displays where the new proposed driveway is being proposed. And then we have, that would be approximately 547 square feet. The proposed work meets the riverfront regulations for redevelopment. And I submitted the riverfront regulations redevelopment checklist to Lucia yesterday, but I'm happy to share that at the end of this presentation. And we've also proposed 4,000 square feet of restoration area of lawn / disturbed area to native plantings. As you can see, this image displays the restoration plan, which emphasizes restoration in the northwest portion of the parcels. This includes native plantings such as red maple, hay-scented fern, huckleberry, ostrich fern, butterfly weed, rough goldenrod, threadleaf, little blue stem, switchgrass, and red fescue. The current conditions of that area are they're disturbed. There's very little herbaceous layer, and so this restoration area would help with any increase in impervious from these projects because there's going to be deeper root systems from these proposed plantings. And then next we're going to discuss 0 Aborn Street. So this project, the existing conditions, there's a shed that's approximately 208 square feet. And for this lot, there's a proposed 2-family home and the associated utilities, which would be approximately 1,907 square feet. And the proposed driveways with the 2-family home. There's going to be no permanent impacts proposed within the 100-foot buffer zone. There's 3 proposed trees to be removed, and we've provided 3 proposed replacement trees that are all native within the riverfront area. Another emphasis is this work meets the riverfront regulations because we're proposing the restoration area greater than a 2-to-1 ratio with 4,000 square feet of restoration. And so, as you can see, the proposed two-family home is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone and the 100-foot inner riparian zone for the riverfront area, and the associated driveways. And then we have 21 Pleasant Street, which is an existing garage and existing paved driveway. You can see the image of the existing garage in the image on the left. For this project, it's a renovation of the garage to a single-family home. They're going to reconfigure the existing driveway with an increase in impervious area of approximately 31 square feet. There will be no alterations to the exterior of the garage. And again, an emphasis that no proposed work will be within the FEMA 100-year flood zone. The proposed work meets the riverfront regulations for redevelopment because it's predominantly in existing conditions. And we have the 4,000 square feet of restoration area also associated with this project of the lawn and disturbed area to native plantings. And then I've also included an image displaying the FEMA flood zone. As you can tell, it is outside of all proposed work. And then I'll take any questions.
On, through the chair, on 21 Pleasant Street, there's just a garage on that property parcel right now, presently?
Yes,
So there's no home?
there's no home.
So you're gonna
We're-
use the same footprint of the garage to build a home?
Yes, we're going to use the existing footprint of the garage.
And that is a separate parcel, right? It's not a part of the other properties? They seem to be continuous here.
Yes, so originally it was an existing single-family home with the associated garage, but our client broke up the lot to be 3 different lots, and so there's 3 different projects proposed.
Okay. So can you go back to the picture of all 3 lots? They're all together, right? Can you just identify where the 21 Pleasant Street is?
Yes, let me just share my screen again. So the northern part, in brown, is the 21 Pleasant Street property. And then in orange, we have 36 Aborn. And then in purple on the left, we have 0 Aborn.
Okay, and if this was all one parcel, you say, originally?
Historically, it was, but presently it's 3 different parcels.
Right, well, because it was subdivided recently, or?
It was subdivided before we got involved with the project.
All right, because you take these 3 parcels and basically there was only one home on there. There was no more than one home. Am I right?
Yes, and now there's 3 separate properties.
Okay, all right. And there'll be 2 homes and just a driveway is being, and the impervious, it was 400 square feet of additional driveway. Is that what you said?
So there's going to be an increase in impervious for 36 Aborn by approximately, just pull up the numbers. Approximately 300 square feet for, let's see, second. So 21 Pleasant is only 31 square feet. 0 Aborn is approximately 1,907. and 36 Aborn is approximately 547.
Right. I just know it's right down by the brook, right? Was it strong water?
Strongwater Brook, yes.
And how far away is 26 Pleasant Street from Strongwater?
21 Pleasant, it's within the 100-foot buffer, maybe about 50 feet from the wetland. But again, it's existing driveway already, so it would just be repaving the existing driveway.
But it's going to, is
Be a
it,
slight increase of 31 square feet.
okay, all right, okay.
I just wanted to clarify two things. This is David Cutler talking. One, I did not subdivide this property. I believe it's always been 3 lots. And then the other thing, a little confusion, the garage is not being proposed to be demolished and rebuilt with a new structure. It's proposed to be renovated and converted. There's currently an existing upstairs to the garage that's just like unfinished loft space.
Is it going to be is it going to be a garage at all on completion?
The bottom of it may remain a garage, yes. The upstairs would be converted to a to living area. But there's no proposed changes to the footprint or the expansion of the building at all.
So it's all 3 parcels that, there's so many buildings on there now. When it's all complete, how many buildings, including garages, will there be?
The same number. There's currently a shed on one parcel where the proposed 2-family is being proposed. 36 Aborn Street is not being changed at all or altered besides the driveway. And then the existing garage is staying exactly how it is. It's just being converted to living space.
I think we'd also like Brendan to be a panelist. I don't know if he was able to speak. Brendan Pyburn is on.
I was just added as a panelist now, thanks. I was just gonna reiterate what Dave said again. Brendan Pyburn with Bobrick Engineering and Construction. As David mentioned, this property, as far as we know, has been subdivided historically for years. It wasn't subdivided to create the ability for this project. And just to add on top of what Dave said, the existing garage isn't set to be demolished, and Dave actually had a structural assessment done that showed that the structure is sound and no excavation will be necessary to fortify the foundations or any work like that to allow for the renovation of the upper level.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. So I think the elephant in the room obviously is, this area, the neighborhood in and around this property and other properties, floods all the time. It's just crazy how much flooding there is at this location. So I gotta ask myself, or I'm gonna ask you, looking at your alternatives analysis, by adding a new home, so you're taking up that was area that was pervious, maybe helped with the flooding, and allowing water to infiltrate. You put a pretty good sized house on one of those lots, and you got more pavement. And I'm wondering how, in your alternatives analysis, how you demonstrate that that's an improvement when you talk about.
We are proposing restoration and mitigation, and so at a greater than 2-to-1 ratio, and so that would enhance the riverfront area from the existing conditions. So it would work as a buffer from any runoff from the proposed house.
Is the material, where the restoration areas, where all your improvements are, planting stuff, what's there now? Is that natural ground? Is it paved? Is it? And if it's natural,
Sorry.
if it's natural ground, what's the difference in what you're doing? How that's gonna make not only make that better, but handle the additional runoff and the loss of drainable soils where the buildings are going and the driveways. You've got calculations that show?
So it's currently a very fine herbaceous layer, and it was previously disturbed, but it's a lot of invasive, so it's viney plants, a lot of poison ivy, Asiatic bittersweet, Japanese knotweed, and so we're proposing to plant trees, we're proposing to plant shrubs, we're proposing to plant native herbaceous layer, so that way it will absorb more of the water than what's existing.
Okay.
Any proposal to clean up the debris or trash that's in the area too?
So part of the restoration area is to propose cleaning up that whole entire area and planting native plants.
Great. So it's the construction of one new home and restoring a garage to become a new house, and is that it for there was 36 Aborn doesn't have any.
It's a new proposed driveway. A new driveway is proposed with 36 Aborn, yes.
Yep.
Through the chair. From what
Yes.
I saw, you know, the stream is basically, it's in concrete. It's not like a riverfront. And there's a lot of grates there that need to be cleaned. I think that's part of the reason why it floods so much. And is 0 Aborn, does that go on to Boston Street?
No.
Okay.
Washington Street, isn't it?
No.
Nope.
No.
0 Aborn, the frontage is Aborn
Is
Street.
Aborn Street, yeah.
It's to the left of 36. 36 Aborn is at the corner of Aborn and Pleasant. And then to the left of 36, if you're looking at it from Aborn Street.
Oh, okay, because I went to 1 Aborn Street and, okay.
Yeah, that's just
So
what
it's the other side?
Yeah, so it really would be like 34 Aborn Street, you know, if you were looking at it in that regard. It's just
Okay.
the city has it as 0 Aborn for some reason.
Okay.
Because there's no structure on it. It's a vacant lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Through the chair,
Yes.
Jordan, can you just give me some quick calcs? The garage that was going to stay a garage, that's going to become a home and a garage. It had an existing driveway, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the square footage of that existing driveway?
The existing driveway is approximately 1,541 square feet. Sorry, 1,167 square feet.
Okay, yeah.
1167.
Yeah.
Okay, and the additional is going to be how much?
It would be an increase in 31 square feet.
So the new driveway is going to be 1,200 square feet? Well, 31, so 1167 plus 31?
Yes.
Okay. So 1197, 1198, okay. Okay. And the existing dwelling, the big one that's actually, I don't know, I guess it's 0 Aborn, but it's really on Pleasant Street. It had an existing driveway?
0 Aborn had an existing shed, and
I'm sorry, no, I'm not sorry, I'm getting the wrong ones. So the one what's the one that's on the corner? What is that?
36 Aborn.
Okay, so 36 Aborn. that had a, did that have an
Existing single-family home.
I know, did it have a driveway before?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the old driveway?
So the driveway is also on 21 Pleasant, so we didn't include that in the calcs. We included that with 21 Pleasant.
So I see a driveway, I'm looking at a plan, I see a driveway there, but the driveway comes out on Avon Street.
That's the proposed driveway.
Okay, and where was the old driveway?
It was a basically the way it was set up. It was a single family home that was a shared use of all of these parcels. The existing garage that is going to be renovated was utilized by the single family home. So the driveway that services that garage was actually for 36 Pleasant Street, even though it was a separate
All right,
lot.
so the driveway, okay, but we're including that on the other parcel. So the driveway that's gonna service this home now is completely additional impervious, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And that would be
Okay,
approximately 547 square feet.
Plus 547. Okay, thank you. And the new house that I guess is 0 Avon, is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay,
It's a
so 0
multi-family,
Avon.
right?
So 0 Avon, the two, so that's
Yeah.
gonna be, and that, what's the square footage of the driveway?
I only have the calcs for the home and the driveway, which
Okay,
would be
that's fine. How much, what is that?
1,907 square feet,
1,000, so 109.
It's like 2,000 square feet.
roughly.
Alright,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we basically we had 1167, 9, so you have 24 plus 31. Yeah, you wrote, all right, so let's say 2,500 square feet. But you had 1167, so I think the least, I mean, I'm only looking at this, I understand what you're doing in the back, I'm looking at this, from the neighbor's point of view, they're saying, okay, you're gonna be building structures, you're gonna be increasing the impervious surface. And I'm looking at it the same, that's how I'm looking at it. So I'm saying, okay, let's make all the driveway areas complete, all of them, the one for the garage and the one for that, make them pervious. And and I know you don't have that calc, but make the driveway for the new building pervious. That will get it close to where you used to be.
Yes, we had received comments from Lucia, and we are prepared to change the current driveway that is proposed to porous, so that would decrease the impervious area on the 21 Pleasant, and also it would result in no increase in impervious for 36 Aborn.
Right, what I'm saying is I think they all should be impervious.
Yes, we can make them all porous.
Right. I'm sorry, did I say impervious? Whatever.
It's all right.
Pervious.
We figured that's what you meant.
Yeah.
All right, so I think that would go a long way for me for saying, okay, this project is not a bad project, especially if you're going to do the wetlands work in the back.
Clean up.
That's where I'm at. So you guys, those are my comments, and I'll shut up.
And looking at these, I mean, it's a separate lot now. The garage in itself is now a separate property. You turn into a house. I would imagine if I was raising a family there, I wouldn't want to be living there. There's like no yard. It's all driveway. The rest is all, garden and planting areas. There's no place for anybody to play. But if it's a buildable lot, I just wouldn't want to live there. Especially with the brook there and the flooding. I don't see how, if we can get into some of the flooding some of the flooding issues. When that road floods, I've seen the pictures, I saw videos, is that garage area, is that flooding go up to include the garage currently?
So I don't think I've seen a picture that shows that parcel. Based on the flood maps, it stops short of it. So that's the best we can go off of is where that flood line actually comes in from FEMA. Obviously there's the major storm events that you can't plan for, that everything kind of goes sideways. And a lot, I think I forget which one of the members mentioned it. I think a lot of that area is probably heavily impacted by the maintenance of that stream. And whether or not the trash racks, they're doing their job and stopping some of the trash, but if they're not cleaned off, then it's just going to stop the water too, and then it just becomes a massive
Right.
problem.
That was me.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I think if I had to guess, that's probably a large part of the problem down there. Old infrastructure that isn't properly maintained sometimes can be a bad recipe.
Through the chair, there's already a bunch of hands raised in the audience. I don't know if you want to take this time to open it to members of the public since we're talking about flooding. And I can agree with from historical knowledge, just working for the city for 19 years, and Lucia Barnes, the two previous owners. Yes, if those trash racks are not cleaned, Lucia Barnes and her partner were out there during the flood and they had a process that they worked with DPS on. They cleared it, DPS picked it up. Without them and the neighbors in this neighborhood, they would be flooded out. But I do think you should hear the neighbors. But just remember, we do have to follow 310 CMR and Chapter 32, and there is an appeal process if they feel that you guys voted incorrectly on this. But is this the time that we can open it to members of the public?
I think so.
Okay, and Jordan,
think
can I
so.
ask you, although the llamas are cute, could you stop sharing your
Oh,
screen?
sorry.
Thanks. The llamas are adorable.
I
but
don't know
I'm
how to
gonna-
stop
I'm gonna
sharing.
go ahead and promote everyone that has their hand raised now as a panelist. I believe I saw Lolly's hand first, so if you once you become a panelist, you can unmute, you can turn your camera on, but before you speak, you do have to state your name and your address for the record.
I'm
And if
not
everyone
hearing
could
that.
mute themselves, please.
What?
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lolly DeSoto. I live on 15 Shaw's Lane in Peabody. I'm one of the abutters to all of this that's going on at 0 Aborn, as well as 36 Aborn, all of the ones that you've just admitted to. I have lived here for 52 years. I have seen this area flood immensely. I have seen where what they may not know at Jordan and the owner of this new property is that all the floodwaters go onto Fountain Street, which I have submitted into the committee, and go into the drainage on Fountain Street, which goes into an 8-inch pipe into the Strongwater Brook. I personally myself clean that Strongwater Brook because my home has gone underwater 9.5 feet. Now, with these new buildings going in, I understand that this is a business for him. And he bought the property to develop it and make money. I understand that. But he needs to take into fruition of these other families that have lived in this low-lying area, which we are approximately 10 feet lower in elevation from any of these properties. Now, if they build a home there, a two-family home like they have suggested, They are going to, what I've looked at the plan, I'm not sure which one made up the plan, that they're going to have drainage that is going to be flowing into Strongwater Brook. Strongwater Brook can no longer handle any more fluctuating water levels at all. I have submitted photos, videos of city officials up to their knees in water. That was not a heavy rainfall. That was less than 2 inches of rain. My whole entire neighborhood, I'm speaking on behalf of my neighborhood. We have anytime there is an issue with rain suggested in this area, we go into an automatic flood mode. We start moving our cars to higher grounds. We move our personal properties to higher grounds. We put our sump pumps in. But now with these new buildings coming in, any way of these floodwaters or any residual waters from this land coming into Strongwater Brook, it's going to raise the level of Strongwater, which I'm not sure if Jordan or Brendan knows that this goes by the high tides as it goes into Salem Harbor. If we have a high tide at the time, the water does not recede for several hours in this area, which means we sit in floodwater. And also our septic system also backs up into our homes. I have had over $50,000 worth of damage to my home from flooding in this area. Now, any more homes built in this area of overbuilding will just destroy our homes who are originally here. And we should not have to take on this financial burden any longer. I understand where Brendan came in and he stated that cleaning, and as well as Jordan, stated of cleaning the brook, and they were going to have flood mitigation. Well, flood mitigation at a higher elevation will just make the water flow faster to this lower level. I'm not sure if Brendan and Jordan have received the documents I submitted with the elevation levels. So that flow coming down, and say it's a high tide at the time, or about to be a high tide, it's going to sit here for several hours. So you have to see our concern for my neighbors and myself, that we don't want any additional building in that small little lot. I knew the original owners of that 50 years ago. That was not 3 parcels 50 years ago, but I understand over time it got split into 3, which no one knew, but it got split into 3. But I am going to speak about also the garage. The garage, which I believe is that 0, Lucia? 21? 21 Pleasant? 21 Pleasant. Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. 21 Pleasant. The water in the back at Strongwater actually overflows the road and goes across Pierpont, Pleasant Street, goes across Pleasant Street and goes into the other building across and then floods my home. I abut that other side. Now, I have had 9.5 feet of water in my home. My entire basement has been flooded, which is 6.5 feet, plus my first floor. Now, you're proposing to build a home in that area, which I have seen underwater. I don't understand why anyone would want to build a home in a garage that has gone underwater several occasions. I understand that you might not see it in the flood maps, but from a person who has lived here for 50 plus years, I have seen it all. And I understand that the cleaning of the area on your property where Strongwater is, I agree. There is debris, people throwing debris. There is a grate at Pierpont Street that holds all the debris. When the floodwater comes down, you're looking at the person who goes in and cleans the grate. Because I'm trying to save the 12 houses that go underwater. I tie myself to a pole with a rope, and I go in with a metal rake, and I clean the debris. But if it is a high tide, the water does not recede. I have presented also as well multiple videos of city workers trying to clean the grates on Fountain Street. They're there digging it up. The water is not receding because it is a high tide. That was not a bad rainfall. That was only 2 inches, 2.5 inches of rain. Now imagine if we got the 100-year storm that Brendan was speaking about. I was here for the 100 years storm. It was Mother's Day, 2010. I was here for that. I woke up to my house completely underwater for several days. We had to move all our utilities from our basement to higher ground. So I am pleading to the board to please not allow any of this to go on, because the existing owners that are in this area who have been here for years do not deserve to have all of these damages done to our homes at a higher rate. Because even if they mitigate the brook stormwater at the higher level, it will not help us at a lower elevation. It's going to make the flow of the water faster. And faster means higher for us. We will lose thousands of dollars once again for someone to make thousands of dollars in rent. So I thank you for your time. And if anyone has any more questions, please feel free to ask me. And I will answer any questions anyone has for me. I don't want to take any more time. We've taken too long.
Hi, Lolly. I just wanted to clarify that there is no proposal to build a new structure where the garage is. The garage is remaining and the top floor would be renovated into a very small living area. There's no proposal to knock that down, expand the footprint, excavate, do a new structure. I just want to make that very, very clear, because multiple times throughout this meeting, people are using the plural of buildings, and I think there's a lot of confusion. There is no change to that garage. So I just want to make sure you understand that.
And just to add to that and to respond to some of the concerns and comments, is just what Dave said. The structure's staying, the footprint's staying. So although people can argue and go back and forth on whether or not it's a structure that someone might want to live in, I'm sure someone would. It may not be for all of us. I agree that it might not be the ideal picturesque spot that someone might dream of, but it is housing and it's needed. With that in mind, when we look at something, we look at it for pre and post conditions. And in this situation on that lot with the garage, the footprint isn't changing. The commission members acknowledge that there is a slight increase with the driveway in that area. We were going with the approach that we were offsetting that with the restoration of the wetland area, obviously hearing all the concerns of the neighborhood, and understanding that it is a very reasonable ask to convert that driveway as well as the other driveways to a porous pavement. That essentially offsets and actually improves the existing condition, because currently that driveway is hard packed gravel and asphalt. It's not in good shape. So there's not any sort of recharge going on in that driveway, where if this is all now porous, that is creating a lot more runoff to not flow over land, but get directly back into the ground. So that will actually be an improvement to the runoff from that portion of the property into the brook and downstream to your neighborhood. Uphill, the other driveway for 36 Pleasant that is now being put off of Aborn Street, that was also being requested to be converted to porous pavement, which we will make that modification. And while we're looking at it, we can look at whether or not it makes sense to add basically like an emergency overflow alongside the down gradient side of the driveway with a stone trench to capture any additional flow that might come off the porous driveway. Not much should, but in a severe case, it may. So that will again promote more water getting back into the groundwater and not flowing into Pleasant Street, down onto Fountain Street, and ultimately into your front yard. The last portion of the project that we can look at is the 2-family. Again, we're going to convert the driveway, the added impervious of the driveway to porous. Again, I will look at it if it makes sense without altering the grades. We want to keep the flow of water doing what it's supposed to be doing and going downhill. If we can make it go a certain way off the driveway and again capture any additional flow into a stone trench, we will do that to mitigate any more overflow out onto the street and downhill. And then lastly, we can look at the roof of the two family, and instead of having a drip edge, we can gutter the roof and put it into a subsurface infiltration system that essentially captures the roof runoff. So all the added flow that in theory would be swallowed up by the root systems that of the restoration area that we're proposing, we're gonna beat it before it even gets there and put it right into the ground. And so that way, all the runoff that is coming off of these proposed improvements are not going anywhere but right into the ground. And that should actually be an improvement to the site, because right now I think some of this property isn't very well maintained and things like that. And obviously it's a trash dump, unfortunately, sometimes. So this all should be an improvement to our part of the pie of that neighborhood. And that's all we can ultimately control. Completely understand that 8-inch pipe is probably undersized, but we can't do anything about that. In the high tide, there should probably be a tide gate, but we can't help with that. All we can do is look at our 3 parcels and say, what's the best we can do? And if we need to make a little bit more effort to capture more of the runoff and put it into the ground, that's something that I think Dave would agree with, and it would be an improvement to this corner of Aborn and Pleasant.
Can I ask you a quick question, Brendan?
Yep.
When you say the collection of this water into the ground, where does that go?
That's groundwater. That's
Well,
naturally in
where
there.
does
And
it go to?
flows.
You are at higher elevation. It will go into Strongwater Brook.
But that's where it goes now.
Right,
We're not
but
making it worse.
it will still, yes, it will, because there is not a building, there is not a roof. There is
Correct.
not a foundation. There is not a driveway. There will be space. It will be captured it more. It will come down, it will go into the ground, and it will come in, like you stated, and it'll be, how will it be sent in? Will it be sent in by a pipe? Will it be sent in by filtration? But it still ends up in Strongwater Brook.
Which
I don't
is
know if you've seen the videos,
Mhm.
if you've seen the photos. This water rises very quickly and
Yes.
stays.
And I look, I mean, I completely hear what you're saying, but ultimately our goal is to meet or improve existing conditions. Ultimately, there's no building on that property right now. So there's a couple trees, there's some landscape area, and it naturally flows over land towards Strongwater Brook. And with grass, not much gets swallowed up into the ground. Once it gets into the wooded areas where Jordan is proposing the restoration, that will improve things a lot as it is. Now, with the roof being added, we're not taking the roof and pointing a pipe at the brook. There'll be some sort of subsurface tank of sorts that holds the water, and it slowly dissipates into the ground. So that will decrease the runoff rate from the property and will slow the water down before it gets into Strongwater Brook, which will ultimately slow water downstream to your neighborhood. That is the very typical way to handle this situation, and that's how we do it all the time. And we size it appropriately to make sure that it can capture and hold the runoff so we don't worsen any issues downstream or create any issues if there were none, which in this case there
There's
were
tons.
none, so we can't worsen them.
But changing the mitigation at Strongwater at the higher level is not going to change the lower elevation levels. It's actually going to make the water flow faster. It will.
I
Because
would agree to disagree, but that's
I have seen it. I have lived this every day when it rains. When we have rain coming, more than 2 inches, this neighborhood goes in a panic. We go into flood mode. We move our cars to higher grounds, like I stated. We put our sump pumps in. We start preparing everything. because within an hour, we are underwater. Now, I understand the mitigation on the higher ground because I had the mitigation done by the city of Peabody at higher levels. They did not touch my level here because we have Pierpont Park. Pierpont Park was an old leather factory, which they will not touch that ground because I believe it's contaminated at this point. So there's a grate at Pierpont Park. That grate carries leaves, which no one can clean. The leaves naturally come in the water. Leaves, stick, debris from Gulf Weight, from strong water, all flows into here and then flows into Salem Harbor. Okay. So for me, I see all this debris flowing. So I physically go into the floodwaters up to my chest to clean that grate. Now, I understand changing that flow up at your property, but that is just going to make the floodwaters here come down faster. It is not going to protect us in any way.
So I guess let me just put it one other way. So there's a standard in the stormwater handbook that for a project like this typically doesn't apply because of the scale of the project. But in this case, obviously it's a unique spot. There is known flooding, so we will take a look at it. You have to, the way you look at it and what you're talking about, the floodwaters rising faster, is the peak runoff rate. We, as a proposed project, you need to meet the existing peak runoff rate or decrease it. It's not necessarily the volume of water, it's the rate and how fast the water comes off of your property. So with these improvements, and we're not just going to take the approach of change the hatch on the plan and change the call out and put it on there and say, yes, we changed it. I will give a backup calculation that shows the runoff rate will be decreased coming off of this property. I don't disagree with you that area, I'm from Peabody, I know it well, I get it. Water flies off these houses, these neighborhoods, because there is a lot of impervious area. So what we can do is slow down our piece of that pie as much as possible. And ultimately, it will not solve the problems that you see, but what we can do is make sure that we're not making anything worse and that we're actually improving 0 Aborn, 36, and 21. That's the goal of our project, is to improve it. And I'm very confident that what we're talking about tonight with the porous pavement and the infiltration systems, it will be an improvement, and the restoration plan. And the restoration plan aesthetically will be a huge improvement as well, which I know isn't the discussion right now, but all in all, this corner is going to be very, very different and in a very good, positive way, I think.
I have a question and maybe a suggestion. So basically the gist of the discussion is the flooding. And so I understand the planting areas, the restoration areas along the river and all the plantings and so forth, but it's flooding, it's storage and volume. My question, and maybe a suggestion, is because one person owns all 3 properties, what if you took that area that you're showing as a restoration area and plantings, and you dug that out some and created a detention area that can store and hold water for a given period of time during a storm? So instead of keeping the same grade, lower those grades so they can store water during some of these flood events. Is that something that's anybody's looked at? You'd be included in all 3 properties, but you could kind of carve it out and create a storage area for some of this runoff. And maybe it won't pick up or cover a 100-year storm, but maybe these 2 and 3 year storms, it just might take the edge off between the porous pavement and doing that. You could maybe get a really good positive reduction in an increase in flood storage for this area.
So we haven't looked at carving that out because typically we try to avoid throwing a bucket in the ground that close to the wetlands. I guess in theory, it makes sense. There's also a cost factor to it with throwing a machine in there and grading all that out and clearing that area to promote that. And you're going to want to still replant things as well on top of it. I would argue that now I guess just to make sure I'm understanding, when you're saying carve that out, are you meaning flood storage for what comes off of these three properties or
Yeah.
overflow from the brook?
Well, something, I think if you could demonstrate that all the runoff, I'll use the word all, and maybe that's not a.
Right, yeah, I
If
understand.
you could demonstrate through grading of the back, the area down near in that restoration area, that by carving that out and creating a detention area, that you can demonstrate that you've picked up all the I'll say all the runoff for those three properties. I think that would demonstrate to the neighbors, or certainly create the improvement that what you're doing here doesn't affect them any more than it is. Because, anymore, they can't handle.
Right. And I think that's the thought behind the roof infiltration system, is for that reason, is so all that runoff from that proposed roof is going right in the ground, and it's not going overland into the brook. So it slows that runoff down greatly, significantly. The existing single family home, in a typical situation, it's in the same thing with the garage. It's an existing structure that we're not essentially altering, especially the single family home, we're not touching at all. So
Yeah, but
no, I understand what you're saying. We can look at what that looks like to mitigate as much as possible. I don't know what makes more
Yeah.
sense as far as a bucket in the ground versus.
Yeah, through the chair, I would like to stop the bucket talk. It's in a riparian zone, the first 100 feet. I would have to stick my nose in the regs. I do not think that's allowed. It's just way too close to that first 100 feet. I believe after 1996, when they changed the regs, they made it really difficult to do any work in that first 100 feet, including a detention basin. I don't think that is something that we would want there. That's just my opinion, and I would have to stick my nose in the regs, but I'm pretty sure I don't think DEP, I think DEP right now, I just checked, there is not one single comment. I believe that everything right now meets the regulations. It's just we're Peabody, and this area is prone to flood, unfortunately.
I'm just throwing it out there,
Oh, it's not if it wasn't riverfront, it wouldn't be the first time we've done something like that to hold water back in a way. It's just that location of it is sensitive.
Yeah.
But no, again, we're open to looking at realistically how to mitigate the runoff from the site. The garage location is going to be the trickiest for this reason that was just discussed. You're on top of the brook, but it's an existing structure that is. The best we can do is convert the existing asphalt to porous and control it that way. So that is an improvement to that property. The roof runoff is a tricky one because of the location of it.
Through the chair. So, that's not an issue of like flooding. It's like you're building housing in order for people to live in a flooded area and to be exposed to all the hassles and aggravations that Lolly has to go through. So you have that aspect. Is it justified, to have people live in an area that their cars are going to get flooded, that their cars are parked in the driveway, they're going to get flooded, they're going to get ruined. But consider what Mike had mentioned. You have a single family home already, and it seems to be occupying a lot of, I don't know if it's a 1 floor or 2 floors, I'm not sure. But is it 2 floors? It's a single family?
It's a 2-family home, 2 floors, yeah.
But it's a single family, right?
Yes.
You could use the same footprint to make a 2-family. So,
the existing home is not being renovated. It's actually like done being renovated, so that is not a possibility to turn that into a 2-family. It's like an 1800 farmhouse.
You knock it down and use the same footprint.
It doesn't make sense to knock down that structure at all.
And that's kind of a historical time period home. I mean,
But why not leave that empty lot open?
again, it's a vacant buildable lot. Our job is to make sure we're meeting the regulations. And we are, and we're also open to going above and beyond to accommodate the concerns of the neighborhood. That's
Now, another concern with the neighborhood is the traffic. You are now proposing to put 2 driveways onto Aborn Street, where the original driveway to that home was on Pleasant Street. Now, you have proposed, I took down the measurements that Jordan had mentioned, 2,485 additional square feet in driveway in those 3 lots. Additional.
I don't believe that's correct. I believe I don't believe.
Okay, so let me see if I'm correct. You had 547 square feet,
Yep.
31 square feet, and 1,907 square feet.
No, that was the total between the building and the driveway for Zero Aborn. The driveway alone is like 850 square feet.
850. So sorry, she said 1,907 on when they asked her how big the driveway was. So I went off her number.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
805, you said?
850 roughly. I mean, I'm
850
rounding. Yep.
roughly. So you're still looking at approximately 1,400 square feet. 1,500 square feet of additional driveway to the existing driveways that is now on the properties, correct? Am I
Correct.
wrong?
Correct.
Okay. So those driveways are going to add additional waters. I know they said porous, but I saw in your plan, you are going to have drainage underneath. Are you still going to do that same drainage that you had planned on your plans?
So we actually weren't proposing drainage for the driveways currently. We're going to make them porous, and I will show if the grading allows for it, to stop flow of water leaving the properties off of the driveways into a stone trench alongside the driveway, so water gets into the ground before getting into the roadway.
Okay, so Lucia, I have a quick question for you. Where Zero Aborn Street is proposed, is that off of your 100 feet buffer zone?
If someone could bring up the plan, I mean, really the consultant should be answering these questions. If Jordan could bring up
Yeah,
that
Jordan,
plan again.
can you share the
Yes.
plan? So all of the work on Zero Aborn is outside of the 100-foot buffer zone.
Could you put in what the chairman had proposed? A tank in that area to hold the water at that level?
That's what I was talking about earlier. So that's the exact thing I was discussing, was to take the roof. So Jordan, can you zoom in on the area right behind the 2-family?
Yes. Second.
So do you see the green line? The green
Yes.
highlighted line?
Oh, wait, no, now I don't.
Sorry,
Now we
sorry.
don't.
Sorry.
One second.
Sorry.
Yes.
So the area that's the 100-foot buffer line to the riverfront.
Okay.
So we have a corner of land that
Right.
we will be able to squeeze in a subsurface infiltration tank, if you want to call it. It likely won't be a tank. It'll be like plastic arch chambers. You've probably seen them driving around on the side of the road before someone puts them in. That is essentially that tank that you're referring to hold that water. That's what I was talking about. It's a subsurface holding tank that lets the water filter into the ground.
Now, what is
that
the
will
rate
handle
for that?
the roof runoff.
But what is the rate for, because I'm very concerned on the rate that it will flow into Strongwater Brook.
But
Because we will go between the high tides, because this is going through the high tides.
Mhm.
So approximately the high tides are 12 hours, if you think about it from beginning to end.
Yep.
Okay. So if we have a high tide and we're 6 hours before we hit the high tide, we are flooded. We have to go through the high tide and wait till it starts to go to low tide in order for it to come. How
Yeah.
long will this tank hold to receive those waters or this proposed area?
So the way these work is the minute water gets into this tank, it infiltrates in because
That's not going to work then.
but that's the law. The Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook doesn't allow you to hold water because if water is standing for more than 72 hours, it becomes a mosquito breeding ground.
Correct,
So-
correct.
So if we have a tank that has what we call a sump below a certain elevation that holds water with no outlet, that water is just a breeding ground for insects, and we can't do that.
Okay, so
we
you're
have to
proposing
leave
this to
it-
be above ground or below ground?
This is all below ground
So if it's below ground, how will it get the insects?
through pipes, everything. We can't hold water back because if you think about it, if you're holding water, it's kind of like a septic tank. Once it reaches that elevation of water,
Yes.
it's standing. So the next time it rains, the water's just going right into the ground anyway. So it only works for that first storm event that you capture that volume of water. Like a septic tank, you have a 1,500 gallon tank, you get 1,500 gallons within
Then it
5 days,
overflows.
and then it just flows through.
Correct.
So that's the same thing. So that's why they're designed in a way that the water gets in and it slowly infiltrates into the ground, and that mitigates the runoff. The concern with flooding isn't water coming from subsurface structures like this. The concern is the runoff from surface runoff, from impervious surface on the ground. So you offset that by taking it and putting it into the ground directly. That slows the water down. That will slow the water down getting to the brook. And that will slow the water downstream. Ultimately, we can't control the rest of the neighborhood that has been previously built out before the regulations were in place. We can't fix that, but we can slow the water down from this property.
I don't see that happening. I honestly don't, because I have physically seen what happens when we have 2+ inches of rain in your home, in that area. I mean, in that area where you're proposing, I have seen it overflow the road. I have sent in photos, which I believe both of you have received, showing the debris go over the road and gone through into the next neighbor's yard and then into mine.
I don't disagree with you.
But what I'm
this
trying
will
to
slow the
say
water
is-
from getting to that brook.
I don't think it will. Honestly, I do not think it will, because as of right now, we have had approximately, with these last couple of years, maybe 5 flood issues here, 5 to 6, where I am on the higher end. I'm on Shaw's Lane. So Fountain Street goes first. And then those the 4 drainage areas that are there flow into Strongwater Brook on Shaw's Lane, which is on my property, because Strongwater is on my property. So that once it gets up to my level and I reaches a certain wall, I have a wall, little cliff on the wall that I know, that means I have less than 5 minutes to get ready for it to come onto my side. I know this area inside and out like the back of my hand. 'Cause
I'm not disagreeing with that one
Okay,
bit
but what
at
I'm
all.
trying to say is, I don't believe anything you can do uphill, because you're a higher elevation. It is still going to come down on Fountain Street, and it's going to flow into Fountain, and it's going to come in, and we are going to be underwater on multiple times. I understand you're shaking your head because this is your job. I get it. And this is his, he bought that land to be able to sell off. I understand that completely. I understand it 1,000%, because it is a business proposition for him to make and sell these lots and to make a profit. I understand. But I want the board to understand that these original homeowners that are here can't take this anymore. No matter what you're proposing or what your client is proposing, it is going to make our lives worse than what it is currently. And I I pray that it doesn't. But I don't want to come in front of this board later on. I know a board member on here personally, and I don't want to go to this board member and say to this person, look what happened to my home afterwards. It's not a good feeling to have your home, when you hear 2 inches of rain, you come home, set up 5 sump pumps, move everything to higher ground, move all your furniture and your belongings that you have in your yard to higher ground, and run around like a maniac, make sure all your neighbors have everything prepared. Move, it's not a good feeling. And I am pleading with this board to not approve any of this. Thank you. I'm done for tonight.
Brandon, I have a question with regard to where we were before I got my idea blown up. Can you provide the calculations that will show that all the impervious areas using porous pavement, as we talked about, and all the other work you're doing with regards to the restoration areas and the planting and how the transvaporation for the plants and trees taking up water and so forth? Is there any way that demonstrates to us that you're basically handling the runoff?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's
So
not
we
getting-
can give you pre and post
Yeah.
of existing conditions, what the runoff is, and although I will state that is above in the regulation for this
Yes, I know
scale
that.
of project.
I know that.
We can do that.
Okay.
Through the chairman, I just want to say we already lost Amanda about an hour ago. We're about to lose Commissioner Athos, and we still have 12 items after this, and it's 11:17. I'm wondering if they should have a neighborhood meeting with the consultant and the applicant, because this is we let everyone. There's still a person who raised their hand. I think Luis Silva. I don't know if they want to speak before you guys continue this, but it's apparent this is not going anywhere tonight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I would like to speak, please. My name is
Okay.
Luis Silva. I live on 8 Fountain Street. I just want to emphasize that everything that Lolly said is correct. I lost count how many times I have to wake up in the middle of the night to see if it was raining or not, how bad it was. I lost count of how many times I had to call my neighbors to let them know, move your car because we're already flooded. How many times I had to look my cameras when I was working in Boston to see if I needed to ask my neighbor to move my truck or that. My neighbor lost his car, total loss because of the flood. As soon as he got a new car, his car got flooded again. I have a neighbor next door that they have a sump pump. It runs day and night, even when it's not running. And if this project is approved, it's going to affect all of us. On the major storm that we had in 2010, it was so bad that the sump pumps were not able to keep up with the water, and the city turned off the electricity. Everything was gone in my basement, in my neighbor's basement. So this project, the mitigation project, is not going to help us whatsoever. And like Brendan said, they turning that garage into a home is not the perfect home, but homes are needed. I work for the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. We need safe homes. And them building this home at the garage or whatever and just selling to someone that is not aware how bad it gets, because that's what happened to me. I bought my house not knowing how bad it would get. And unfortunately, I don't have the money to move to West Peabody, because if I did, I would not be here in this flood zone. So I really ask the board, please help us. Any little storm, we get flooded. Any little storm, regardless of how big the storm is. Every time there's a northeaster storm coming, Lolly was in South Carolina. I called her and I said, are you home? Because we are getting flooded. That's all I have to say tonight, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
Thank you. I think at this point, we probably should continue this meeting. And I think Lucia had a good idea. Maybe we could have a meeting with the neighbors I really don't see what the solution is here. I think it'd be important, Brendan, if you can get those numbers to, support your design, that you're you're making it better, not worse. And, go from there.
I make a motion to continue.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, hold on. So that motion to continue was made by Leslie, seconded. Did I hear Derek?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Derek, I'm sorry, I heard you're supposed to be somewhere else tonight.
No, don't worry about me. I'm here.
Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi.
Yes.
All right, Comac, Comac.
Lucia, can I say one thing? This is David Cullen before you guys vote. I think it's important.
We're just voting to continue the meeting.
Yeah, we're not voting on the project. We're voting to continue the meeting.
I understand, but I think a neighborhood meeting is not going to be productive, and nobody is arguing the situation that all these neighbors are in. There's nothing that I want to do to make their lives worse. We're agreeing to go significantly above and beyond what's required by the state's regulations. I don't know what else we can do. I don't even see the point of continuing this meeting. We are meeting everything. We're agreeing to everything that's being said. We're making suggestions that we absolutely do not have to agree to, but we are very willing to do so. We've hired a wetland scientist. We've studied the regulations. I mean, the neighbors are arguing about science and engineering. I don't think that the meeting is going to be productive, unfortunately. I think we need to use science and engineering. And if we can, Brendan can prove that we are reducing the amount of the flow of runoff from the existing conditions. I don't know what else we can do. I don't know what the point of delaying this is.
Well, I'd like to see the calculations that Brendan can provide to us, with the additional, improvements we suggested tonight.
Yeah, so make that a condition that the calculations have to be provided, and then the post will have to be an improvement.
I disagree, David. I spoke with a majority of the neighbors. I went knocking door to door, collecting signatures. A lot of them were not even aware or got informed about this. So since the whole neighborhood here gets affected, we should have a say. We should meet, all of us, and brainstorm about this. We should get together and have a meeting.
I agree with Louis Silva, 100%.
What's the wish of the board? I still think we should continue this.
I think we need more time. This is just the first meeting. We need more time to debate and consider, give more people a chance to public speaking, but we need to move on because of time tonight.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Well,
Through the chair, I think Bruce, you're having comms issues. I see your mouth moving. We're not hearing anything.
Well, I think the neighbors have pre-existing problems. Absolutely. I mean, you've said you've had terrible flooding, and I've seen the pictures, and it's terrible. But it's been, it's overbuilt. We've allowed a stream to be contained, and it doesn't want to be contained. So I don't think that his project is, I don't think he can mitigate your problems. I don't know. It's a touchy thing.
Overbuilding in this area is just going to make it worse. We need to stop overbuilding in this area. We know it's a flood zone. Stop allowing, that's why we have boards like yourselves, members who are here to see our issues and stop these buildings from happening. We can no longer take any more homes built in this area. We can no longer take any more structural changes in this area because it's just going to affect us worse. I understand what Leslie is stating, and I agree completely. The overbuilding is too much.
Yeah.
But I think as a board, we need a little bit more time to review this.
I agree.
Yeah, through the chair, we had a motion, it was seconded, we're in the middle of the vote.
I'm gonna go ahead and finish that. That motion was made by Leslie, seconded by Derek. I'm gonna start the roll call over. Rizzo,
Yes.
Valdi,
Yes.
Homack.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we do hear you. Harrop,
Yes.
Portamont,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that item passes 6-0 with Green and Athos no longer in the meeting.
And that's for continuance, Lucia?
Yes.
Correct, thank you.
January meeting.
January, thank you.
All right, thank
Do
you.
we have that date yet?
Yes, January meeting is,
January
14th, I believe.
yeah, January 14th. All right.
Thank you, I
folks.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is,
Just to be clear, we voted for 6, 7, and 8, so it just,
yes,
that wasn't clear on that, but we voted for continuing 6, 7, and 8.
that's correct. Okay, next item is number 10.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'm falling asleep here.
9, right, Mike? 1
9,
Railroad
all right.
Ave?
Yes, 9. All right, our next item is item 9. It's a notice of intent submitted by attorney R. Kelty for Family Run Foods LLC. Robert Ignori, owner. Proposed project consists of the installation of solar fixtures on a pedestal. The property is known as 1 Railroad Ave, map 88, City of Peabody. Is Jack here? Here he
Yes,
is.
I am. Thank you. John Kelty, offices at 40 Lowell Street in Peabody, appearing on behalf of Robert Bonsignori, who is the manager of Family Run Foods LLC. That property is located, as the chairman has already suggested, at 1 Railroad Ave. This notice of intent has been filed for the installation of pedestals to be used in conjunction with a solar array to supply a new means of energy to the facility. I had been some months ago at the Board of Appeals, and we have a digital sign that has been approved on a stanchion in the front of the property. We've worked with Eastern Land Survey to develop a plan for this filing of a notice of intent. The notice of intent was filed on or about October, advertised for this public hearing on December 10th, being this evening. It was advertised on or about November 20th. Notice has been sent to all the abutters, shared with Lucia, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. We do make note that the Department of Public Services has commented saying they were in receipt of the site plan and they had no comments for the project. Happy to
Okay.
answer questions that you may have.
Yeah, okay, starting off, I'm kind of confused of what the heck you guys are building. I can see that there's the existing building, and this looks like it says proposed solar fixture. I have no idea what that, is that like a big canopy that is, that has solar panels on top of it or something like that?
I'll take that. Mr. Chairman, Eastern Land Survey, Chris Mello.
Yes.
What the Mr. Bonsignor is proposing is we'll call it a solar roof. It's 10 feet off the ground on 10 columns, and it's a big solar panel. That's as simple as I could explain that. And that's the
Okay.
size of it.
So the grass, but the area that's underneath, it says grass.
Yep.
What's going on? What's going on today now? If you got a big solar cover.
The grass, at 10 feet high, the grass will remain. It won't grow as well, but we're not planning
grow
on
at all.
changing.
It won't grow at all.
Okay, we're not planning on changing the surface to anything other than putting in the columns holding up the solar array.
And you have picnic tables and so forth in this area currently?
I think those picnic tables, yes, you're correct. There's at least one out there.
There's two.
And that's the area that this is gonna go above, correct?
So the diner's staying?
Diner is staying. Diner is presently not open, but wants to reopen with this as our new energy source.
I see. Is that energy source that's gonna power the building, or is that just is that enough?
Yeah, actually, it can't be utilized directly. I believe it's actually
Needed
got to
out.
be sold up onto the grid, and then there's like an adjustment that happens through the PMLP on your electrical bill.
Okay, is outside of, if I can just, I know it's late. Outside of us, is there any other board or department that looks at this for review in terms of like, I'm thinking of this nice downtown area and there's like a historic building and then you put like this big solar panel. Is there any planning that's required or any approval to do something like this in the downtown area?
It's not 500 square feet.
That's it all. Sure it is. Site plan approval.
Site plan approval by the planning board.
Do you have that?
No, we haven't been
Oh.
there. We thought that this was the place to start.
Oh, all right.
So
don't-
if you
well-
were to give an order, it could certainly be subject to the approval of any and all other boards.
Okay, but there's, because you file a notice of intent, and I think the notice of intent stated that stormwater is required, but you don't providing any? Is that so?
Yes, the box is checked because it's a commercial project. Therefore, stormwater, and we're providing none because we're in a 100-year floodplain. The
10 pedestals are the only, 10 columns are the only things touching the
The
ground.
general elevation of the site is around 20, and the FEMA 100-year floodplain is 26. So stormwater is out of the question.
Are you providing flood storage then?
No.
No.
We'd be looking at 10 pedestals, approximately 6 inches in diameter. I'm sorry, columns.
Yeah.
That would be in the first 6 feet of that floodplain. It's works out to about 20 cubic feet, and it's de minimis in the flood plain itself.
All right. BLSF 10 square feet, 60 cubic feet, something like that?
There you go. That's the number. I'm sorry, I didn't have it in front of me.
Yeah.
Through the chair, is this the little depot?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll be happy when it's reopened.
As we all will.
But you can't meet can you meet stormwater standards?
No.
No. Does anybody on the board beside me have any questions regarding this?
I was thinking that it's elevated, that it's just some posts in the ground and it's elevated roof, solar roofs.
Is it attached to the building?
No,
No.
So how much higher than the building is it?
It's not higher than the building. It's
Probably
the
equal
panels
to.
are 10 feet off the ground. The building's a little higher than that. Probably 12 to 15 on the domed roof.
Okay, so it's not an obstruction.
I would not think so.
It's about equal with the building. And what would you say the total square feet is area of these solar
Excuse me.
area, solar array?
About 800 square feet.
So like 80 by 800, so
About 20 by 40.
20 by 40, yep. Pretty big area, but
10 feet off the ground.
yep, yep.
Yep.
It's permissible within the downtown, and
Well, we don't know yet. It hasn't gone to planning, but I wouldn't think of a big solar roof in the middle of downtown would look nice, but I don't know. Again, but you sent us a plan, you don't even show the footings. All it's got is a square,
and it says the organization is family run. Roots, or is it foods?
Food.
The application is incorrect then. Family run Roods LLC.
I can give you new page one.
It's definitely an ROODS.
Yep, I see that.
Yep.
It's a typo. You're correct. I would certainly provide authority if anybody wanted to change that spelling on there. We could do it. We have it correct on our plan. My advertisement went out foods.
well, technically it's floodplain, correct?
Yes.
And you're
All
not
downtown.
providing storage for the loss of floodplain.
That's correct.
No, that's correct.
And we're supposed to approve that?
Well, I think you can find that it's de minimis in the catchment area, given the insignificant amount. It's like putting up a couple of sign poles.
No, I understand. I realize
I
that.
mean,
We did apply the standard across the way, but we had a building where we could remove a portion of it and achieve compliance.
Yeah, so
In
why
this
didn't you do that?
instance, yeah.
Why? You probably could have done it right on this site.
What am I going to remove besides the diner? Then I don't need the solar.
you can't really take a hunk of the diner out. It's kind of
No.
an iconic building.
It's also almost inoperative the way it is.
Bending, it's arguable it's flood storage.
The diner has a basement, by the way.
Yeah.
So they say.
I mean, 60 cubic feet is the loss of flood storage.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do some grading and lower a section and have a spot there that.
Yeah, but it's cubic feet going up to 6 feet. All I'd be doing is scouring between 19 and 20, which is already 6 feet below the floodplain. I kind of looked at it. There really isn't a practical way of providing anything. The site's only a couple of thousand square feet.
Yeah.
you know, it's like either we like it or we don't, I think. I can't really tell you any other way around it.
Yeah. Um,
Is there
what's
any,
the-
oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is there any way to put panels on the roof instead of what you're proposing?
I wouldn't walk on that roof. Just, you know, I mean, you've been in it. You've obviously, we'd
It-
like
it-
you back in that
It's
coffee.
not, it wouldn't support it. It is what you're saying.
It's got an arch to it. I mean, it's a dining car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say not without a lot of structural work that might have to go into the ground, which might be just as invasive.
Okay. Well, I'm for solar energy, so,
It's 10
That's
posts.
one.
pardon me?
What's it?
It's 10 posts.
Yeah.
I agree with Bruce.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
Make a,
So what's the board want to do here?
Well, would you like to open it to members of the public first?
yes.
Yes.
If there's anyone in the audience who wants to speak, raise your hand. I see no hands, but again, if you guys want to keep talking, I will let you know if a hand gets raised.
I got a motion to close the public hearing.
So
I'll make
moved.
Okay,
Second,
second by Mike.
Yep, that motion to close was made by Bruce, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamach,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-0 with Arthur and Amanda no longer present.
Okay, they have a motion issue in order of conditions.
So moved.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Bruce, seconded by Jamie. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamach,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes unanimously 6-0 with Arthur and Amanda no longer present.
Okay. I just would say conditions 1 through 50.
You got it.
All right.
Would that be pending approval from,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. We're gonna, we approve it regardless. We approved the project. Now it's up to planning to say no for some other, whatever reason.
Okay.
Okay, roll call.
I already did it.
Yep.
So 10.
Okay. Okay, we take the roll call and the order of conditions?
Yeah, where we did.
Yep.
We did.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. All right, item number 10. Continue public hearing on abbreviated notice of resource area delineation by attorney John R. Kelty for Cosmo and Zoe Evangelidis. The applicant seeking confirmation for the extent and location of wetland resource areas that may be subject to jurisdiction under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the City of PB Wetland Ordinance within and surrounding the proposed project for the property known as 309 Lowell Street, map 62, lot 5 in the City of PB.
This was a matter that was presented actually November. And I think even before that, last meeting, we didn't have the requisite, it was in October, we were here first. Last meeting, we didn't have the requisite members present. We have provided revisions which were asked for to the plan. I think that the only thing we did not add was I think that Michael, you may have asked, Michael Rizzo asked for the knotweed to be shown We did not add that to this plan, but all the other information which was specifically identifying the jurisdictional lines that were on the plan, but not necessarily identified perfectly, they have been added and identified. And what?
Okay.
And the fence, there was a neighbor who spoke with the fence and we wanted that on the plan. We added it.
Okay. On the drawing between the 100-foot buffer, 100-foot river boundary for the inner riparian zone and the outer BBW 100-foot, in between the two, there's like a dash dotted line going across. What is that?
That's the edge of the lawn.
Oh,
It was never labeled, and it might be it's where they mow to. And those were those were the topo shots there, and so we put a dotted line.
could you label that, please?
I'm sorry.
Could you label that, please, and show where the lawn, the extent of the
Certainly.
lawn is?
I can do that.
Okay. And what's behind that? What's past the lawn then? Is that wooded?
Then it becomes wooded, and that's where shrubs, I guess is the word I want. There's no real
Okay.
tall woods.
All right, so if you could label that, that'd be great. I didn't go there, so as far as I'm concerned, can we accept this plan, Lucia? It looks like they added the things we needed, with the exception of maybe the knotweed, but
I would say all the most important stuff has been revised, but it sounds like you are further asking for another revision that the lawn dotted line area be labeled, which
that's
would be
correct.
trying to hold it contingent waiting on that. But all the important things per the Wetlands Protection Act are on the plan.
Okay. All right, so,
You do want to open it to the public.
yeah. Everybody from the public wishes to speak on this matter, please raise your hand.
Sorry.
I don't see anybody.
All right,
They're all asleep.
yeah.
Through the
go ahead.
chair, I'm so sorry, through the chair, do we actually have a quorum to vote on this? I'm just looking at the notes, and I think it's just myself and Mr. Chairman.
Right, I can't vote on it.
It's you,
you
Vivaldi,
vote-
Womack, can, as long as
I sent you a piece of paper that it was the October meeting I missed.
Ah, okay.
Yep, as long as Vivaldi and Comac watched it, they can vote. But Jamie, we definitely need you and Rizzo. And if you leave, we can't vote on it. So I don't know.
I'm still here.
Yep, so for a little bit longer.
Still here.
So if Vivaldi
Okay.
and I know Bruce, I got stuff from people, but you guys really gotta I can't juggle 9 people and what they can vote on. It's really difficult for me. It's hard enough me just running this meeting and taking notes and answering emails. So you guys really have to be your own policemen on this stuff. I tried really hard, and so I think everyone, I can't say, I don't know if Mike Vivaldi watched this part, so I can't say for other people.
I read the minutes.
There you go.
Great, so let's close this hearing.
Okay,
And I'm gonna still keep the alternates in it as long as we have a core 4 of original people who can vote on this.
yeah,
Motion to close the public hearing.
have a second?
Second.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna do a roll call, and if the alternates don't want to vote, you can just say present if you don't feel comfortable. You're not voting yes or no. So that motion to close was made by Jamie, seconded by Bruce. Roll call: Rizzo,
yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamunch.
Aye.
What?
Said present.
Okay, and McCarthy.
Present.
All right, so that passes. The meeting is closed 4-0. 4-0 with the alternates voting present.
okay, have a motion to accept the delineation as presented,
So
Motion.
moved.
To
second?
be
Second.
held with the plan, with it to be held for the plan to be revised, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I hear
Second.
either Bruce or Jamie. Bruce and Jamie seconded it.
Yeah.
All right. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamunch,
Present.
and McCarthy.
Present.
All right, same 4-0 with alternates voting present.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is a public hearing on abbreviated notice of resource area delineation by Attorney Kelty for OJT Realty LLC. The applicant is seeking confirmation for the existing location of wetland resource areas that may be subject to jurisdiction to the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the City of Peabody Wetlands Ordinance within and surrounding the proposed project for the property known as 532 Lowell Street, map 35, lot 28. And let me open that up. Is anybody here for that?
Yeah, that's Jack Kelty's.
Yep. I just gave my whole presentation during the mute, but John Kelty, 40 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass, appearing on behalf of OJG LLC. We advertised this for tonight's meeting. We supplied not only the application for ANRAD approval, but the bordering vegetated wetland determination forms prepared by John Dick. We've also included the description and soil analysis from John Dick. Mr. Mello created the plan. We have a narrative which suggests that John Dick visited the site on November 11th, 2025. These were, this is a wetland area at the very rear of the property that is well known, I think, to the commission, in as much as part of this area has been under consideration for the, what are we calling that walkway?
Independently,
Peabody Bike
bike
Path,
path.
yes. Yeah, that runs adjacent to us. So we're here once again to show to have the board confirm our wetland, and that's what brings us together tonight.
Okay. And who'd you say flagged the wetland?
John Dick.
Okay.
I think he's actually flagged it twice.
Okay. And how did he determine the resource area? Did he do augers and so forth?
Yep, he did soil analysis. He did vegetative analysis and supplied all those notes to you.
Okay.
There's a letter in the file.
Yeah, so other than that, I don't know, I have any reason really to not accept this. Okay, so it wasn't the wetland, it wasn't just done by aerial plans, it was actual field work on the ground.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have any questions other than what you just answered. I think you answered my question. Is there anybody from the public who wants to speak on this? I don't see anybody. In that case, make a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, that motion to close was made by Bruce, seconded by Jamie. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Valdi,
Yes.
Tomac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
Portamunch. Portamunch?
Lose
I
another?
think we lost her.
Okay, McCarthy?
Yes.
Okay, so give me a second because I have to redo this. So that passes 5-0 with 3 people gone.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the delineation, as submitted?
Motion to accept.
Second?
Second,
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you guys repeat that? Because I was trying to figure out the time that Leslie left at. Who made that motion and who seconded it?
I made it and Mike Vivaldi seconded it.
And that was to accept the delineation, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
correct.
All right, roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes,
Comac,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 5-0 with 3 members gone.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item is item 12. It's under certificates of compliance. Compliance. It's a continued request for full certificate of compliance as made by Williams and Sparagus. On DEP file number 55-934, the project was constructed of a single-family home. The address formerly known as 0 Pearl Street is now known as 18 Pearl Street. It's map 105, lot 85 in the city of Peabody. The order of conditions was issued on February 28th, 2024.
Good news is they're requesting a continuance.
Okay,
Okay.
motion to continue this.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second.
Yeah.
All right, motion
Okay.
made by Vivaldi, seconded by Comac. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes,
Comac,
Yes.
Garrett.
Jamie,
You're muted.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Yes.
Oh, we lost you.
No, so sorry. I'm like,
Not yet.
yes. I'm like, are you not gonna call on Derek? Sorry about that, guys.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that's 5 passes 5-0 with 3 people gone. I'm not even gonna. I'm not saying their names anymore.
I really do hope there is an update in January though, because that'll be a year that we'll be running on that one. So hopefully they can come with a plan.
Yeah. All right. Next item on the agenda is item number 13, this full certificate of compliance made by Attorney John Kelty for Leach Street LLC, Robert Donesco on DEP file number 55-946. Project was the construction of a single-family home. The address is known as 29 Blackstone Street, now formerly known as 0 Blackstone. The address is known as 29 Blackstone Street, formerly known as 0 Blackstone Street. Map 5, lot 29, 25, I can't even see anymore. In the city of Peabody.
So, through the chair, Lucia, I mean, I looked at all the pictures. I mean, you went to the site. Is you think it's grown in enough?
Well, I mean, the site's fine. It's just, I mean, Jack Kilty is here for him, I think. Is maybe not. Maybe, yeah, it says made by Attorney Kelty.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
The only issue I had is, and it's really up to you guys, is the tree condition was like you guys asked them to not remove it, so you put a tree condition in, and then when I showed up to the site, they removed all the trees, and when I inquired why they removed all the trees, they said that nothing matched the description and your guys' condition. So I mean, I felt like, you know, we will never know now because all the trees are gone. I did give you an aerial of what it looked like before and what it looks like now. So if you guys are okay with, you know, all the trees, like there's no trees on the lot anymore.
Yeah.
None where you asked them to protect them. You had a tree condition and it said the essence of this condition is to preserve as many healthy trees as practicable. Tall dangerous trees can be removed as needed, older tall pines, etc. Trees located along the east and southeast of the property, 15 feet around the edge of the property line closest to the wetlands and the existing fence, that are hardwood and have a caliper of 10 inches or greater shall not be removed. So they stated that there was nothing. No one wrote me a letter to tell me that. I just found out when I went on the site and there was no trees there. Or at least that's how I remember it. So it's really up to you guys if you want them to. They said Bob Danisco said he put some plants, but the plants he planted are not in the buffer zone. They're actually between the two properties as like a buffer between the properties. They have absolutely, in my opinion, no. There's nothing. They're not doing anything for the wetlands. It's a border between the two houses, unless I missed something. So it's up to you guys if you want them. If you're fine with it the way it is, you can give them a full certificate of compliance. They do have a also they have a local order for a pool and like something else in the back. So they are going to have to come back to clear that up with you guys as well. So it's really up to you guys.
Well, one of the things I don't remember what the other plan looked like, the original plan. This is an as-built. But there's a sewer easement that runs through the property. And they built a retaining wall in the easement. I didn't know you could do that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't know if we'd call that a retaining wall. It's a little wing wall about a foot high. Just
Holding up
holding
the
back.
soil.
It's more of a landscape soil wall.
It's
So
holding
it's
back
not
soil.
It's not interfering with the easement.
It's in the easement.
I realize that, but it's like putting a couple of landscape rocks. Okay. I don't have a picture of it, unfortunately.
I saw the pictures. I'm looking at the pictures
okay.
and the back of the yard is raised. It's the grade goes up and they carved out an area to have a patio and there's probably a 2-foot retaining wall holding back the backyard and the side. And it's inside the easement. Is that allowed? You're asking us to approve a site plan and this, I wanted to know whether that wall was shown on the original plan.
I can tell you, I don't believe it was, but I can check.
So, so now you're asking us to approve
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to take that back. It is shown on the original plan. And it's shown in the easement.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any particular reason we can't put that in
I
the
thought
easement.
you weren't supposed, I thought you're not supposed to build on an easement because if they had to go dig up that pipe for some reason, if, you'd lose the building, you'd lose your wall, you lose your shed, those kind of
Well,
things.
I don't think you want to build a pool, a shed, or a building on it, but you
Well,
might
I'm
put a
just
tree.
using, I'm just using those as examples.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to build? That's to me as part of a structure. You're supposed to build within an easement. I can understand you can mow the lawn and use it for passive, recreation of your house, but you can't build anything on it. And if it's on the plan that was filed and approved by the city, then all right. Who am I to say anything?
I think we should ask them to plant some trees. That's it. Plant some trees.
Well, you can't plant trees on the sewer easement.
Well, I understand that. I'm not asking them that, but
Yeah,
we should say
okay.
cut all the trees down.
Yeah.
Let them plant 4 trees. I'm not asking for a lot. 4 2
All
2.5 inch, 4 2.5 inch red maples, and we'll approve it contingent upon those going in.
All right.
I
Where do you
think
want
that's
to
more
put? Where do
than
you want to
fair.
put? Where do you want to put them in the front yard, backyard?
As long as they're on the property,
Right.
and they're not in the easement. I don't see.
All right.
I mean,
I'm okay with that. I'm
think,
okay with that.
I think he'll be okay with it also.
We're all good.
He is.
Okay, plant 4. What size?
2 2.5 inch red maples.
2.5 inch red maples.
Mm-hmm.
So we can.
Do you care where?
move this.
Anywhere not in the easement.
Anywhere on the property,
All right.
other than the easement.
Got it.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So
Is the easement staked out on the property?
No.
I think it's pretty. It'll be he.
They know.
I think he knows where it is.
Okay.
It's on the plan.
Yeah.
It's just, you know,
All
It's
right,
on the
so,
plan, but it's-
I think we should issue a, again, I get it, we can approve the certificate of compliance. He's not gonna be able to get the trees till spring. Once he plants them, he says, I planted them, then he doesn't have to come back before us. I think that's pretty.
okay.
So are you
This-
guys issuing a partial certificate or a full certificate contingent on him planting those in like May or June? So he'd
Yeah.
have to wait.
I think it should be a full certificate, contingent. He won't get it until he plants them. He plants the 4, he's done. He doesn't have to come back before us or anything.
All right, just
As
get
long,
well
as long
notified.
as you let him. Don't issue the certificate until he sends you some pictures showing the trees are planted. That's all.
All right.
Is Kelty, or is that okay with you and your client?
Yes, it will be.
All right, and if you guys are gonna quote, I would suggest that the granite post, as you make the condition that the granite post is to remain in perpetuity.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I saw it in the picture.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anyone want to make that motion?
Motion to issue the certificate with the conditions as applied. So the granite post in perpetuity and planting the 4 trees.
Somebody second that?
Second.
Second by Derek.
All right, that motion again was a full certificate to be held contingent on the planting of 4 2.5 red inch maples in the spring. Made by Jamie, seconded by Derek. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so I believe that passed 5-0. Yes,
All
5-0 with 3 people gone.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Next item on the agenda, under enforcement orders, number 14, continued enforcement order issued by Daniel Botello and Jocelyn Elvis Goncalves for the following activities: bringing in 9 to 10 dump trucks of fill and placing in boarding vegetated wetland, estimated 2,000 to 4,000 square feet or so of wetland alterations, grade change significantly estimated 2 feet or so, removing live trees and vegetation, still to be determined how many trees, and without a permit from the commission. The address is known as 26 Trask Road. See LEC memo with the action.
Hi, good evening, Commission members. Nicole Ferrara from LEC Environmental on behalf of the homeowners. Here to give the Commission an update regarding the site. The soil test results have come back, and the LSP has confirmed that the soil did not contain any detections above the Massachusetts contingency plan reporting limits, and we did submit those results. It includes the soil test data, the lab report, and then a sampling letter from Cooperstown Environmental, who did the testing there. Also, just here to briefly propose a timeline and sequence of events for the removal of the soil. I know we discussed submitting a bill of lading, before removing the soil. However, since the soil, is clean, the homeowners are prepared to truck it off site to the same place that they got the soil. So just wanted to discuss if the bill of lading was necessary in this case. LEC would meet with the contractor to remove the fill and ensure that the wetland soils are intercepted. So we would oversee that effort. And then we would recommend installing a native wetland seed mix to the area, and then applying a seed straw to stabilize that soil. I know we're in winter time, so just putting that down to make sure everything stays in place. And then LEC would submit a narrative including all the work, and then a surveyor would come out on site to survey the area, including that structure that is likely in the buffer zone as well. Just wanted to run that sequence by the commission and give that update. Happy to turn it over.
Okay. Sounds like you got it covered.
Yeah,
Sounds like
Chair,
you got it.
where are they trucking the soil to?
It'll be Wood Trucking Corporation. It's local place in town.
Closest place.
It must be off of Farm Ave.
Farm Ave.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Must be Farm
Okay.
Ave.
All right. So we'll just continue this, right?
So are you saying you're going to do this now? And you're gonna seed it now and hay it in right now?
Yeah, we'll apply the seed mix during the dormant season. It's not likely anything will sprout, but just getting that seed mix in so when the springtime does come, the area will be ready, and then stabilizing it with some seed straw for the winter, as well as keeping those erosion controls that are already in place, where they are, and making sure soil's not going to migrate any further during the construction activities.
So
you think any birds will eat that seed in the winter?
The straw actually helps cover the seeds so that the birds are less likely to eat it. Great question.
I'd like to see them use a straw mat, not just straw.
Okay. Yep.
It's no more expensive.
Yeah, not a problem. Can definitely do that.
Is there a plan associated with this?
I don't see anything.
They haven't gotten a surveyor to come out to the site to survey the plan. We'd have a sketch showing the aerial of the location of the approximate wetlands.
Can we get photos of before and after? So we see
Definitely.
how the site stands now, and then and this way, once materials start leaving, we'll know, we can see the difference.
Definitely, we can put that together.
Okay. All right, so is there anything else to discuss then tonight? Is that correct on this item?
Yep, that's all I had.
Okay, your motion to continue this for our next meeting?
I'll make a motion to continue 26 Trask Road to January.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Jamie. Before I do the roll call, so you guys are approving of their timeline. It sounds like you're also asking of before and after photos and a straw mat, not just straw mulch on top, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the timeline is approved, the timeline that Nicole submitted, that's on the OneDrive. All right, Vivaldi, Jamie, roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
I don't see anything on the OneDrive with 26 Trask Road.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I didn't either.
definitely on there. What, like, you don't see an envelope at all, a folder?
No.
There's enforcement files, but there's only thing under enforcement is Salem Country Club.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go in now. It's definitely on there. Or
I'm having trouble getting back.
I just went into each of the subfolders to see if it was misfiled. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
definitely on there, you guys. I don't know what you're looking at because I literally just went in and it says EO 26 Trask Road. I'm looking at it. Like, are
Under
you,
enforcement files?
it's a blue folder and it says enforcement files.
Right.
It's
When
a
I open-
Salem
when I
Country
open
Club.
that, all I have
Salem
all I have
Country is
is-
there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
I
have
got
Salem
Salem,
Country
I
Club.
only have Salem Country Club.
I'm looking at it. I mean, maybe I'm staring at it and you guys should all have access to it. I don't see why you wouldn't. I'm sorry, I don't know. I guess it's just that's just how electronic stuff goes sometimes. I don't know
Alright.
if they don't have it.
Yep.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. I'm gonna do the roll call? Or did I
Yep.
already do it?
You started. You were on
Okay.
Bruce.
Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 5-0 with 3 people no longer present.
Okay, next
Great.
item 15 is continued. Don't need to discuss it. Item 16 is continued enforcement order on Salem Country Club for the following activities: removal of living trees, grinding, grubbing stumps in the buffer zone in close proximity to jurisdictional resource areas, and depositing wood chips in the buffer zone along local riverfront woods. Property address known as 133 Foster Street in the city of Peabody. Okay. Is
They were
anybody here?
long ago that they were leaving, like 2 hours ago they had to leave, but they
Okay.
did want, I'm just gonna read the email aloud from Attorney Fogel. There should also be, hold on. On the EO, we just wanted to confirm receipt of the report and continue to the May meeting to schedule the combined site visit with DeRosa Environmental. And they also submitted a tree request that is, excuse me, not on the agenda, but they are hoping that you guys could vote on it. I'm hoping that's on the OneDrive. I'm hoping you guys can see that. So,
Enforcement files, there is Salem Country Club.
Yeah. Whoops.
but then there should also be a separate one that's trees, and the Salem Country Club should have trees. There should be trees in that.
Yeah, they have, it's on there, Lucia.
All right, I'm just like, it's telling me it's shared with you guys for going back to 26 Trask Road. It's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
all
No,
of
I
you
get
have
the,
it.
yeah. I don't know. But
Yeah, I
anyway,
got
this, so I get the tree removal application that they want.
All right, so first, do you guys want to continue the enforcement order to May?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, so Jamie, Derek, and that's to May, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Right, roll call Rizzo,
Yes.
Baldy,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
That passes 5-0, and then I guess the tree permit.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Boy, they really did a lot for a couple of dead trees. Oh, wow, that one fell over.
What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at the pictures of the trees they want to take down. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, McKinney, I'm not, for some reason, I'm not getting pictures of trees, but
I see pictures.
It's on the under the tree stuff.
Yeah.
There's a thing, and then it's there.
yeah, well, my OneDrive thing is spinning.
I had to keep refreshing my.
Yeah, I know. I
mine.
keep going out and going back in. I don't know
Yeah.
why it's not. Yeah, but there is this pictures along with the application. I mean, I have no problem with this.
Trees
All right. You wanna just, whatever you guys decide, 'cause I can't see it, so.
It's just it's just
Bunch of dead
it's like
trees
five
and then a
trees.
snap.
Five trees. One of them went over already. It's a big root ball. It just and they just want to clean it up. I see no reason to say anything other than just let them do it.
All right.
Motion
Alright.
to ratify.
I'm not sure, Lucia. What do we got to do?
You actually have to approve the tree permit. I didn't issue it.
Okay, well, if you issue it, we'll approve it.
Well, you guys have to approve it tonight, yeah. And then
Motion.
and I'll issue it tomorrow.
Make a
Motion.
motion.
Whichever.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, so that motion for those 5 trees at the Salem Country Club removal was made by Jamie, seconded by Bruce. Roll call Rizzo,
Yes.
Valdi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right,
Is
so
it-
that passes 5-0.
Is it like grubbing all the way down into those, or is it just like knocking it to the stump at the stump?
I think the one tree that went over, they're going to have to take I mean, it's up in the air. They can't leave it like that. So they'll probably have to pull that one out. There are other ones, they'll just grind them. They're very
Okay.
small. They're very small
The
trees. I mean, as
application
far
says
as,
full removal. So
Yeah.
whatever full removal means to you, Bruce, that's what it, whatever that is. I'm assuming that means.
they're not. They're not going to go in there and start ripping them out. They're just going to grind them, and they're not big. They're only like I
They're
don't know,
not big
10-inch
trees.
caliber.
No, they're not big
All right.
trees, but
They're not big trees.
I don't see why they just couldn't leave a stump.
No, they don't, they let them pull it out.
I think they'll probably just grind them. To be honest with you guys,
Yeah, probably. All right, we good?
we're good on that one. Should we? I don't know what we have to do.
You're all set on the country club. You already approved it.
All right.
So the next one is the enforcement order for 24.5 North Central Street. I don't know if you guys want to withdraw that or if you want to hold on to it and wait until January to withdraw it. See what happens.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe just continue that.
All right, motion to continue item 17, 24.5 North Central Street to our January meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so that motion was made by Derek, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Waldy,
Yes.
Womack,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so again, I don't think anyone's really here. There's one person left in the audience, so I don't want to assume no one's here for that. So 24.5 North Central Street enforcement order has been continued, even though we voted earlier on a notice of intent favorably.
Yeah.
The next item is the emergency certificate for the Beaver Dam activity at the Ipswich River Pump Station near drinking water supply. I did issue that. Work started on 11:30, and you guys do need to ratify it. This was for our drinking water, so it is extremely important that the beavers, unfortunately, cannot be in our drinking water because we can all get sick.
Okay, motion to ratify the emergency certificate.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, that motion was made to ratify by Bruce, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Womack,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
and McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes 5-0 for the ratification of the emergency certificate for the Beaver Dam at Winona, or at Ipswich River Pump Station, excuse me.
Okay, moving forward, the discussion on 61 Pine Street, we can just let that go till next.
Yeah, I actually just finished drafting a notice of intent. It's going to be at the January hearing. I don't believe the merchants are here. I'm looking in the audience. I don't see them. I believe they're on vacation. But the NOI will be at the next meeting. As
Okay.
far, yes, it definitely will be.
What NOI?
Where there's going to be, remember how we used to always draft emergency certificates for 61 Pine Street?
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you remember, but I've been doing it for the last 15 years, and so
I do,
Bruce
yeah.
and Rizzo probably remember.
Yeah.
A couple meetings ago, Amanda voted no, and there was only 4 of you, so it caused a whole snowball effect, and because the emergency work had to stop because it wasn't ratified. And then I ended up getting in a conversation with DEP, and they said that if this is something that it's a chronic flooding in these areas, that we should really get a long-term operation and maintenance plan in place, and that is what the NOI is going to do.
Okay, awesome.
So you don't even need to continue that. We can just cross it off.
Okay,
I do need you to vote on the minor permit though.
okay, 94 rear Foster Street, roof work only. So you, Lucia approved the, minor permit on 10/28/25 with conditions that dumpster must be covered, at the end of each workday and the areas be kept tidy. Motion to ratify. 94 Foster. Second,
Second.
Right, I heard Derek and Jamie. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Baldy,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so that is ratified 5-0. And if you guys want to skip the minutes, you can do so. If you want to just get straight to adjournment, no problem with me.
Yeah, that's adjourn.
All right.
All
All
right.
right. Just before you hang up, I just want to know where's Zero Lake Street?
It is behind the Covenant School. It's that area along the bike path by Cobb. It's like the heli shows on the heli, the firefighters helipad rescue.
Okay. All right.
I'm pretty sure it's the Covenant School or whatever on Pine Street. It's behind there. It's like the Kennedy soccer fields.
Yeah.
That's Zero Lake Street, huh? Okay.
Yeah, that's Zero Lake Street is the Kennedy soccer fields.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, motion to adjourn.
I gotta tell you, you guys are okay. I don't know how I made it. I don't know how you made it.
Everyone, the people who are coming to the holiday dinner, you are earning your dinner.
I got the prime rib. I'm earning that this time.
You earned it, girl. Okay, I am gonna do roll call though. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Baldy,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
McCarthy.
Yes.
All right, so the meeting adjourns at 12:26, and I will see some of you at the holiday party tomorrow. And I'm hoping that PAT is still on, because I was told, I got text messages from frantic people saying that it was no longer live feeding on Facebook or on YouTube. So hopefully this got videoed, and because I forgot to tape it. No worries. Yeah, it's been off for it's like hours ago. It stopped feeding on Facebook and YouTube. A city councilor actually texted me and said that she thought the meeting was over, and I was like, "Oh, girl, we got we have like 12 more items."
We gotta get credit for this, man. It's 12:30.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I gotta get up early. See you
All right,
guys.
bye, everyone. You are all troopers. Thank you so much, you 5 who stayed. Thank you, Jim. I'm so sorry, everyone. You guys rock.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Good
Thank you,
night.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.